Hello, everyone. We're on day 6, I think, of our vibe coding every day for 8 hours. Just an announcement, though. I'm going to be moving the start time of this like every day, probably like an hour or two forward until I get to the morning. I'm going to slowly fix my schedule, and then I'm going to stop around 6 to 8 a.m. PST, and then that's going forward what the time of these will be. So anyone's wondering why the date is like, or the time of these is slowly moving. Um, Today, I would like to work on our lazy.ai because I have some ideas about, well, number one, when we built our short clipper yesterday, um, it's very cheap to make, but we forgot one thing, which is very nice to have, which is on shorts, it's going to display the text as you speak. So we're going to add that today into our short clipper. It looks like, pull it up here. Looks like this. You go in, select your video, enter the YouTube URL, and you're going to get a bunch of shorts. Um, but now we're going to do that, as well as I wanted to add the ability to also get videos and shorts by ideas. You can put in some text and you can say, like, I specifically want, like, I remember this moment while I was streaming. I think it's a pretty good moment. So then you say, hey, please grab that. And it will grab that, and you can customize like how long it is and things like this. And that goes for like videos too, as well as I think for the videos, like if you're creating a video, you should be able to do the similar kind of selection boxes that we created. So that way, if you want to resize it, you can. That's a minor thing. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna work on for the first part, and then we'll get back to the newsletter, the AI financial, whatever we agreed on the marketing there. Um, but that is the plan. Let me play some music. Get started. That. Okay, it's already started up here. I'm just gonna go to the project. Probably use anti-gravity for a while. Pull it up here. I guess real quick, I'll send the, make sure this is working. Cool. Let me fix that real quick, because I just had updated this. I actually just need to restart the back end, because I already updated it. Doesn't have permissions to send to this channel. Yes, I think I know. I fixed that in Discord. I made a new bot. Yeah, look at that. Down here. One moment, guys. want to fix this. And by bot, I'm calling it, changed it from, we used to have a bot called Tidefall bot. Pipe bot. Okay, let me try now. Okay, cool. So the message looks like this. Yes, cool. So like this. Cool. I guess one thing, I mean, it should probably do the, well, two things I'm going to fix with that message just real quick. So in the Tidefall, or this Discord bot, when it sends a message to the going live channel, it should attach we should do that, right? Actually, not sure. Maybe we don't want to notify everyone every time. They can maybe choose to be notified. I think you can do that, right? Discord. If you want to. I'm gonna ask before I do it. In Discord, can you make it so a channel notifies you directly? I'm trying to figure out whether I should make the a live part of my Discord have the Oh, I'm drinking the coffee from yesterday. That's all right. It's not that old. A little gross, but not too gross. Yeah, while I'll wait and do something else. Okay, so I'm going to ask it to add the... Well, first let's ideate a little bit how we're going to do this. I wonder if there's a really cheap way to do this aspect, because we have the transcript, right? So I wonder maybe if we can somehow sync it to the sound waves. Not really sure. So here's the situation. We have the transcript, the video transcript, and we have the video, and we have the section of video that we know they say something. So what we want to build is an overlay of text that's going to be, as the person is saying the word, it's going to like highlight the word and make it maybe bigger, something like this. It's the classic shorts video look, where as the person's talking, the text is, there's a name for that. I think you can figure it out though. How should we maybe go about implementing that? Like, what would be the strategy? Since we have the transcript, is there any... Our goal is to really minimize cost as much as possible, so we kind of want to avoid anything that that isn't open source or a library or something. Live notification roll. What is that? Change the music. We use this is a robot on Twitter. So we put it. We made some Suno music. Okay, it sounds like maybe I don't put everyone in it. That kind of makes sense. People can choose. I'm gonna do just quickly fast. I'm just wondering, can people on Twitter, is there a way on Discord just to add a notification per channel? Like, can you do that easily? I couldn't see it. Okay, let's see what we got. Yeah, exactly. Word level transcripts, timestamps. Okay, but we're talking about like scalability, right? We're imagining a lot of people using this simultaneously. So is there any cheap way to do this? My understanding is the Whisper by OpenAI is not super cheap. Wow. Hey, Cameron, how's it going? Burnout timeline. Let me think. I think I'm good. Like I enjoy this, so. But I do want to switch it to the morning. The morning would be a little better. So I will like slowly move the time forward. Let's see. Yes. Exactly. Because we have the timestamps for each thing that you say, so maybe we don't need to do anything expensive. Maybe. Open source aligner. Interesting. Cool. That could make sense. So tell me about these libraries, Gentle and the other one. So if we supply a transcript and a video, it can align it pretty well. How big are these libraries? Are they very commonly used? I'm going to look it up. Okay, it looks a little outdated. But reasonably big, I suppose. What's Caldi? Oh. Sure, I can look at that up. Okay, this looks like a pretty big, oh, but very outdated, essentially. Look at the issues. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with. Well, it seems like people are still making issues and stuff, so. But no one's saying it's like obviously not working anymore. I guess we could figure out how, a little bit of what it's doing. But it is quite old. Oh yeah, this is what I was thinking, right? You get the waveforms, and you can maybe just align it. Whether it'll be super good though, another story. Much smaller by vape code instead of just code. It's faster. I just call it vibe coding. We are coding in some sense, but it's AI assisted because it's faster. There's much smaller. I call them more like Python. Okay, interesting. I haven't seen that. So why code when you can just vibe? That's true. So let's try to get the most recent one though. I think this is too old. Potentially unmaintained, yeah. I guess something related to audio with AI. I'm working on these just tools. This is open source, so this works currently. You can add a video, get the shorts, but we're adding the text component on it. So you have a very long stream, 8 hours. It's very cheap, but it's just using the transcripts. That's the downside though, so can't get reactions. We're working on that, and I want to make it so you can plug in your ideas and get, your ideas. So it's not just generating shorts for you, but you got kind of a general guideline of what you want for the shorts, and then we'll continue open sourcing it if we make something good. So. And part of speech. Tagging and chunking. Okay, interesting. Yeah, let's see. Could we use this for our use case? So we have the transcript, we have the video. We're trying to synchronize the words that are said to the screen. Could this library do this? But our goal is to do something very cheap. So we're not going to use, do not want, as long as it's reasonably good. That's all we care about, is the budget option. Works with the written language, not audio. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. I'm gonna look at this one more time. I guess it is newer. For Wi-Fi chip driver for Linux. Yeah, it's only good at certain things. So definitely that kind of thing. There's probably not a lot of training data on that. But the things we're doing, for the most part, tends to be good at. 3JS, 3D stuff. I did some audio analysis stuff. It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I would say another thing it's not so good at, the mobile native developments, not so good at. Tends to be really good at or JavaScript, React, TypeScript stuff, Tailwind. Mostly like web-based things it's good at. Java, not so good. That was Spring. Okay, so let's look at the issues here to understand. Okay, doesn't look promising. I'll look at the... Well, let's ask another option. Is there any other options here? These don't look like good options for what we're trying to do. Let's try to be creative. How could we potentially solve this problem without using OpenAI's Whisper or anything expensive? Yeah, I guess, you know, in the scenarios where it doesn't know much, you kind of have to be a lot more strategic. Makes sense about how you make it work. Very surgical approach. So whatever you come up with has to be scalable. So we're trying to come up with a scalable solution. I mean, I'm thinking you have the waveform, right? And you have the transcript. Is there any way you can... It seems like a complex task, but is there any way we can try to synchronize what they're saying to the words and not using AI or anything expensive, any APIs? Okay, well, also tell me, how much is Whisper again? Like, if we were to actually do this. Wait, really? Oh, you're saying, yeah, let's explore that gremlin. I think that's next. Let's, sounds like this is what we have to do. Let's see how much it costs if we just put it inside. Onto something with the... You could theoretically do this with pure signal processing. The problem is I have music, right? Could it be... I guess it probably could, maybe. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, maybe we could have an option to do this and just try it out, right? Just kind of do like a little prototype quickly with one of these and just see how it would look. All right, so how much would this cost? This is API, but we can... Is this not open source, the Whisper? Let me check. I assume not, despite it being... Oh, you have to host it, right? Oh. I don't know how much. So ignore your music. Okay, cool. Yeah, Mark. Missed some of the messages here. Thousands. Nice, but Val, you're making money? That's good. Install. Cool, yeah. Let's try it. So this might be the option. Sounds like maybe we can post it. We'll compare it to the API costs, if it makes sense. Oh yeah, probably don't need a very big model, right? We have the transcript and the video. You would think maybe you could use a smaller model if you... Maybe they don't have the option though to pass in the transcript. Might just only take the video. I'm back and paying for your whisper inference. I'm not paying for anything right now. I haven't set it up yet. We're just figuring out if we want what we want to do based on the costs. A little bit expensive. Yeah, okay. So it sounds like unless we're doing an insane amount of video, then the API makes a lot more sense. Okay, so let's assume, you got, let's say you get 1,000 videos a day, and let's say your process, each one's 30 seconds. And just assume they're talking throughout it. How much would it cost to transcribe using the API? Well, maybe make this an option. Like this maybe like, they can enter their own API keys and stuff. So again, this is an open source project, so they can put in their own stuff. But I'm just curious how much it'll cost for us to make reels. Our goal here is to figure out for this YouTube channel, if we can get the cost down to something that would make sense. Like I would maybe pay 5 cents a reel. If we could get it maybe a little bit lower, 3 cents a reel. If we get it to that, then I'll be happy. And then people can do their own stuff with it. So he hired a freelancer to build a system. I don't think so. No, hiring someone would probably be a lot of money. This doesn't cost me very much. This costs time, as long as you have the time. Right? Project I create can use right. Anyways, so 1,000 videos a day, 30 seconds each. $3 a day. Okay, now let's get the cost per reel. So what would be the cost per reel here, or cost per short? Take into account this. This seems like maybe the most expensive part, because in our project, if you look at our project, we're not storing. We're just doing, in-memory storage for the video, but we never store it on the back end. So yeah, taking the full cost of what it would cost for me as an individual. So don't consider the scale aspect here. Assume I'm making well, again, getting down to the cost per short for one person making shorts. Assume just like maybe working within some of the free versions on Google Cloud, etc. So I'm going to start with the cost per short for me, and then I'll figure out like if it's a scalable thing, what the cost per short would be, so that we can know like if we would actually deploy it or not, or if we'll just keep it open source. And then I'm going to figure out whether I'm going to make the shorts based on the cost of it. Because I think the shorts, they do need the text over it. It just seems like it's sort of a requirement. They all do, so. Unless I do it manually, but not really. I don't really want to. I barely use AI. Yeah, Cloud Code, the subscription seems very good. The way to go. Oh no, that's in the wrong project. Dang it. You do this, or do you have to go out? I'm gonna test this just for future. Can you navigate out CD? Oh, well, let me just look it up. I don't want to waste credits. Because I don't want to exit my conversation, because that's kind of useful context. Can I do commands in cloud? Change folder. I can add directory and give the path. If I just do this, does it work? Oh no, it actually runs it, right? Okay. All right, fine. I'll just copy the stuff and put it in again. I'll just put the last question though. Do I yeah, Gemini pulls in the transcript. So we do have, you're right, Gemini. It's a good point, Gremlin. Like, you know, we have the transcript of the things that are, everything that is said, but we won't be able to achieve the highlighting at the points that they say it, which is like, maybe we could offer that as like sort of, that would be the cheapest way. You just show the text, but I don't see any shorts where it's just like text with no highlighting or size differences. It's always that. I think it would look weird if you just put the text on the screen. It could be like, you know what I mean? So in order to actually get the the highlighting, you can't just have the transcript. Anyways. Yep, but for the short. No. So it gave me the timing, but I'll show you what it looks like real quick here. So let's say I plug in some video. think this one does show the transcripts. We'll add it if it doesn't. So you see, like, you see this transcript here. You can imagine a short. We know this, and we know they said this somewhere in the time frame of this, and then we could put it on the screen, but fortunately it would look a little weird without the highlighting of each word as they say it for shorts. I mean, like the thing said, right? We have the waveform, so you could maybe get something with like 70 to 80% accuracy or something. And we could do that. We could just try it out. Because if we got that to work pretty well, then that's good enough for me. Let's figure out how much it'll cost first, and then if it's too expensive, then we'll maybe do the mostly accurate way. The not perfect. Yeah, see, this is not too bad. This is not the non-scalable cost, right? It's gonna just like, because we get a lot of free stuff. It's just if it's just me using it. Because I'm on the free tier that are thick and one short a day.
It's 5:30 sharp punch and no snooze, got containment on my badge, boots, lace, steel toe shoes, running leak, rate tests, every flange, every seal.
Song isn't bad. I'm a little confused by this. One short 9 cents a month. Oh, got it. Got it. Okay, I think let's do this. Let's do this. This will always at least be an option. And we can maybe implement both. But I think, yeah, we leave it up to the people. If they want to enter their own API key, you know, either through the open source thing, or maybe, you know, we give them a few different options and just tell them, hey, one is cheaper, but it's not as accurate, and they can choose what makes sense for their videos. All right, so let's go ahead and implement this. Let's use the Whisper API. Basically, this is in the shorts section. We're going to add a new section before you actually generate the short. It's after the user selected the regions for the short. After that page, during the processing of the short, you're going to pass in what you need to pass into the Whisper API. Just the shorts though, not the whole video. And you're going to make text that comes up on the screen and highlights. So it's probably like 3 or 4 words at a time, and make it customizable so that people can say how much words they want on the screen going as they speak. But the default should be 3 or 4. And then as the user says the word, it's going to highlight the word on the screen. Highlight and make bigger too. So the word will get a little bigger, and then it will shrink as they go past the word. Say the next word, the new word will become bigger. And then once they reach the end, it's going to come up with the new stuff. I think that makes sense, right? For what it does. Hey, the Keno. Oh, nice. Electron's cool. What's the goal? A MXR. I'll show you in a second here. Yeah, anti-gravity's. I like the free credits. It's good. It's for Reeves. Yeah, is that the original Superman? I don't know how I feel about this, but anyways. Thank you. Anyways, MXR, we're working on this shorts clipper. And it's, you pass in a long YouTube video and you'll get like a bunch of shorts. So I'll show an example here. So it's new people here. So our goal here was to make it very cheap because everything online is really expensive. So we just wanted to build a tool for ourselves, and it's open source, so you can use it if you would like. So we're gonna do this. Takes a little bit because it's passing in the transcript to Gemini. Gets the important moments. And we're using the YouTube URL to get the transcript because YouTube API provides that for your own videos. And because we have the transcript, we don't need to actually process much video. We use the transcript just to find the important moments. And we don't actually save anything on the back end. We just pass it back. Everything's in memory. So that's kind of nice. So we got some clipped videos. And then the next stage here is you go to the create vertical shorts and you select your regions. And the part after this, right now what we're adding is the, we're going to add some text over it as you speak. So it matches like, you know, the words that you're saying. You've probably seen it on reels and shorts and stuff. Modern slop stuff. Right now you can't move the regions as you sort of static. Creates these little shorts, look like this. And these are different moments. And these are the titles. So one is I accidentally, well, I guess we'll fix the UI a little bit because it's a bit glitchy. This is short. So you can imagine the text is in the center as I'm talking here. Comments. Yeah, exactly. That would be the JSON gremlin. Welcome, start. Exactly. Yeah, you're right, Gremlin. If we were able to get that JSON somehow, but that isn't in the YouTube API, right? I assume not. But yeah, you're right. If they had that, if they had it word by word, then we don't have to do this, but they don't, sadly. Wait, it is Gremlin? Oh shit. I just assumed it wasn't. Damn, let me check this. So they have it word by word. Let me look at the docs. I'll let it finish, but I'll just undo it if this is the case. Let me make a new tab. I'll just ask. Oh, wait. So let's say you get use the YouTube transcript API for your own videos. Can you get a JSON or whatever giving you a word by word, looking like you have the start when they started saying the word and then the end? It's either going to be a captions or something like this. Does this exist? Right now I only see you can get the transcripts for multiple words. Yeah, I'm also looking at the docs though. Yes, I think can't. Doesn't matter. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks, Gremlin. If that's the case, that's gonna be great. That's so cool. Then it's just like, you know, the same cost as what we did before, which is like nothing. I'll let it finish just in case, but if it's the case, avoid it. SVG. Oh, I see. Yes. Unfortunately, Gremlin, I think you're talking about this one, right? The white CTLP. Let me double check what it said here. Not here. This is not YouTube. Yeah, you have to use this one. I'm pretty sure. Which is not allowed by YouTube. Hmm. Why does... I'm just curious. Why does... I guess it's because it's watching it itself, right? That's why. I'll do it legitimately, I suppose. Oh, you're talking about Whisper. Okay, gotcha, Gremlin. I thought you were talking about the YouTube API allows us an extra flag for the word by word. That would have been really nice. But yeah, Whisper, it sounds like... I haven't used it before, but I'm just promising. I'm just asking out of curiosity. use it, but just want to know. But how does it get the word by word timestamps? Like, how does this library do that? I guess they expose that maybe in their like captioning or something. But why wouldn't they give it to us if they have it for us to use? Oh. Ah, I see. Called karaoke highlighting. So I guess for future reference, that's the term we will use. Come on, bro. I'm just making sure, but I don't think... Ah, gross. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Okay, I gotta refresh that. I'm gonna change the settings in my cloud. Stops doing that. This time it didn't share too much. Always restrict your keys. Very important. Okay, ooh, we have refreshed it. Let me see if I can move that wonderful feature. Cloud code. Yeah, it's okay. I'm pretty fast at regenning it these days, but we have done it. Cloud Code likes to edit that file for some reason. Yeah, I'll be live until probably 3:30 or something. Okay, cool. You can make a permissions doc, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. That way it does not edit this file. Settings JSON. I think it's all good now. We will find out. Okay, cool. So I think it finished our little whisper thing there. Check. Done. Create a new page. Oh no, it's giving us some settings for this page for our captions. I just need to enter an API key. For whisper. Now we can try it out. Okay, got the API key. Put it in our project. Cool. So now we rerun the backend here. Reload the environment variables. Because we have a new package. So put in the link. Okay, so we got an error here. Let's see what we got. So I don't see it on the back end. Let's see, I'm gonna plug that error in. Oops. So we get this when we click Whisper integration. Oh, don't worry, I already reset the stuff. So we're good, guys. Letting your okay, take sentence workout. Yes, definitely. You're talking about using Whisper Gremlin for that, right? Oh no, are you trying to? You're right. We could do it. It's just going to be not super accurate. Like I think we can make that as an option. It'll be like we can maybe get it like 70-80%, right? That kind of makes sense to me. That's what it would be if you just take the waveform. But it wouldn't be super good, probably, especially if there's music or things that. That's what I would guess anyway. How many projects are we building? We're building, we're mainly focusing on 2. The other ones were from before. So recently we've been working on just 2. And this one sometimes. That's this animation site. The data feeds one isn't deployed yet. But that's the primary one we've been working on. This one's kind of a tool we're going to use. But this one's open source, so you can use it if you like. We already have it. Send requirements. We did install it, I believe. Let me double check, but I believe we did. It's using 1.0. Probably not a 1.0. Let me get the current packet. Oh, it's doing greater than. Okay, we're good then. Right. Make sure. That's true. We could experiment around with it, potentially. Oh, I guess another option I think is like, we could allow people to, you know, we assume it's 70-80% accurate. Maybe we could provide a little bit of tool there that they can modify the highlighting just to get it just right on. Then you don't have to use the API. For our budget conscious people. If you want to generate, 1,000 shorts, save you a lot of money. Okay, yeah, this works. I believe we already installed it, but I guess it doesn't hurt. I'm assuming it ran it's the right project, so. We already installed it, so that's not the issue. run in some. Okay, there. See, it didn't run this command, the source. So, of course, nothing would work if you don't do that. Okay, so it just wants to run this. That's fine. But I don't think... Maybe we just ask to include some more logging so that we can have a better understanding as opposed to just trying to run everything. Can you just add more logging? We're going to try to figure out why we're getting this error. I guess I'll just double check. That would be here. I'm going to rerun it just in case. Maybe we forgot to rerun after changing the environment variables. I don't remember. Okay, let me try one more time here. Before making any other changes. It's a body green covering eyes. Rebuilding. Building a very cheap and open source, like a bunch of tooling for people. Or like people making videos. This one's our Reels generator.
It's 5:30 sharp punch and no snooze, got containment on my badge, boots lace, steel toe shoes, running leak rate tests, every flange, every seal, pressure.
Let's see. So when that happens, we just get a 400 on this, right? So let's just bring this in so it knows exactly. I think one thing I'm going to do real quick, just to make sure, pretty sure it's not related, but I'm just going to stash the current changes just to make sure that it works like it did before we try to fix it. Okay, cool. So now it's... Oh, okay, good. So it must have been related to some environment change. What would it have been? Doesn't make sense. Unless we have maybe two open. Could be. That could be. I think maybe we had two running at the same time, like two backends, so we never reloaded the environment variables and closed the other ones. And check here. Yeah, we did stash everything. Let me try another browser. Sometimes when there's something weird, caching thing. Okay, same thing in the other browser. I'm going to close both of them, the front end, see if that maybe works. I don't know why it would, but. And if this doesn't work, we'll add more logging so we know what's going on. Okay. Now we're going to add a ton of logging to this particular endpoint that has a bad request error. I'm going to pull it back here. We're getting this this bad request error on this endpoint. So let's add a bunch of logging to understand. But just to be safe. Do not log anything sensitive, however. Can't imagine it would, but. I'm going to delete all these videos. And we no longer need to store it, so I'm going to remove that. Okay, let's go ahead and run it again. We should have some logging. This is our error. One thing that's confusing is this had worked previously. What did we change? Because we stashed all the changes. Is there some sort of... What would even be the issue here? Very strange. Very bizarre. I'm very curious as to what the issue is here. Moments count. If I change this. Let's... Oh, it's definitely related to YouTube API, right? Yeah, log the transcript again. Yeah, so let's say the YouTube API is returning no transcript. In this scenario, wouldn't we get this error? Can you make sure to log the transcript that we're receiving back? So maybe I'll see why that is the case. Yes, so that's probably it. So it's a good opportunity to add a little bit of extra UI, informational UI errors, what we know in the future. You know what? Let's just, instead of adding all this logging, let's just add a little UI thing on the front end that's going to show the transcript, the full transcript, just an accordion menu they can open and close when they do the find and find best moments. Oh, I see. I'm getting a bunch of errors in the Google Cloud console. For some reason. Hey, Fuzzy, how's it going? Cool. Let's. I imagine this will be empty. I'm like solidly 90% sure. We'll double check. Did you make it so the accordion menu doesn't even show up if there's no transcript? Because right now it didn't show up. If there's no transcript, it should, still show up. As we're going to, we're sort of using this as a way to debug what the transcript is. Oh, I figured out what happened. When I generated the new API key, I chose Gemini for Google Cloud API instead of generative AI permissions. Generative language API. So I just chose the wrong thing accidentally. Okay, so now it should work. I just changed it. And then we can bring back the original changes that we made for the Whisper OpenAI and give that a go, see what that looks like. I'll go ahead and add this anyway, though, because, whatever. Extra little thing people can look at if they want. Makes sense, though. That's what it was, because I was getting a little confused. Like, what? Okay, let's try it out. It should work now. So this, what we're doing right now shouldn't have it, but I'm just gonna make sure it works. It obviously is because it's processing, and I'm gonna probably not commit all the logging stuff it did because I just added way too much stuff. I'll keep this file. I want to make sure, yeah, it's just logging. So this is all just logging. So this is our little hover, our little transcript bar right here that you can open. See our transcript. Okay, one thing I'm excited. Hold on, I'm gonna open my little. There was 3 ideas I wanted to do. Before I get to back to the other project, it was the video short. Caption, or what was it called? It was karaoke. It's about karaoke. Captioning. The next thing was then sorry, implements. Okay, so the next thing was video short. We'll just make it video Rex based on transcript to improve for speaking in videos based on target audience. Obviously keep that a little bit not too crazy, but just general idea. I'm just curious. It's probably I say too much and things like this. Okay, anyways, and then the you can create videos as well from the shorts. I mean, from the live streams. Okay, anyways. The boys and girls task manager. Yes, notepad. Dim sum. Yeah, dim sum's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to bring back the new changes for Whisper. OpenAI's Whisper. But we do have to reload, I think. No, we don't actually. So we're good. We might have to reload the video though, depending on what it changed. We'll try it. Select our regions. Oh yeah, nice. It has our little selection, or a little config here we can do. So words at a time. See if it works. Probably the most likely error is some API thing. We didn't set up something with our API key. I just used the general one. I think it is taking quite a bit longer to process, so I think that's a good sign. It's probably sending the Whisper. Oh, look at that, guys. That's cool. Well, let me mute the music so I can hear the video. And do one where I'm talking more. we're not saving the user's resume. Cool. In the database or something. So I think like the user should be able to choose where the text is. So like in the middle or something. And maybe change the styling, right? Cool. So if you guys want to use this, again, I'm open source, so I'm gonna make a bunch of things. Like we should make it so people can put it where they want, and then maybe after, we'll see if we can implement this without Whisper. It'll be interesting at the least. We can see how good we can get it, just in case people don't want to spend money themselves. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So ask a few things. So let's add an extra page, and it's gonna be a page. Well, it doesn't need a page. It's fine. Just same. On that page where you have the config for the captioning, let's add a lot more customization options, like where it is gonna be, so they can select middle. You know, maybe they can put in. It would be nice if you could add some way to select what region of the page they want it in. Like we want to give them pretty good customizability, and they can change the size, and they can, if you could add some cool options for styling for the text, like maybe like fonts. Also, ideally, actually, can we move those configs, that config to the... Is there any way we can just generate this? Like, it'd be nice to give them a preview is what I'm thinking, right? So maybe instead, under the this config, give them a preview, right? So give them like a, you know, it should show what the text will look like, where it will be, so that way when they're editing the options, they can get a pretty good understanding. And try to give them a lot of options, even ones I haven't given to you. Maybe add some more that they might want. For example, maybe like some different kind of effect for each word. I think it's good for now. I'm gonna commit first though. I'm gonna ask it to stop putting it in uploads now. So it looks like every time the user uploads the video, we're putting in this uploads folder. We no longer need to do this since it's in memory. So oh, is it in memory? I'm gonna validate that we no longer need to do this. Based on our current implementation. While it does that, if you guys go grab a coffee, I'll be back. Shift on. That adds cool. Yeah. There's some chats here. Thanks, guys, answering some of the questions. Okay, that'll be interesting to see. We do have to wait a little. Okay, let's so when we go to the vertical shorts, we should see like a lot of options. Oh, that's cool. Like a is actually running. Full example. Okay, let's just put in some. Okay, it looks like it's not changing font, right? So that part's not working. And the spacing obviously is a little weird, but other than that. Ideally, you can see it all, so you don't have to scroll up and down all the time. Maybe try to condense. Overall, pretty cool. Do all these work? If I turn on the drop shadow. Oh yeah, that one works. Oh, nice. Yeah. Cool. Normal. Okay, so we're gonna make sure that the preview there actually matches what happens when we go to the next page. So I'm gonna put it somewhere, maybe just in the center. Maybe I'll choose forwards. I don't know what happened there. Change the colors. Okay, let's see if that it's gonna reflect what it said it will look like. So per short, okay, so there's two costs. We only calculated the cost for one individual doing it like what I'm doing right now. If you're just doing what I'm doing right now, like let's say you clone the repo and you do all this, it's going to cost you 0.003. So, less than a cent. But if we make it like we deploy it and we have to host all the services and it's like a lot of people, I think it's going to be, we haven't done that cost yet, but it's, well, I'm not going to speculate. It's going to be a bit more than what we originally calculated of a cent because now we're adding that whisper part on top of that. So I don't know, maybe double. I'd have to look. We have to figure that out, that scalable part. Okay, I am noticing a bit of glitching. Let me download it and see if maybe it's just the UI part is glitching. Cool. So that looks, I think that's what we put in, at least the colors. But I think there's a few things, right? It's like if you stop talking, it should fade out or something, right? It shouldn't just stay. A few usability things. Plan to deploy it. I think if we get the cost really low, then I don't see why not, right? And we'll just charge something if they want to just use it. But if they, yeah, I don't see any downside to deploying it, I guess. We just have to connect it to user accounts and stuff, which won't take too long. Maybe we will just charge a bit, but it won't be like, it'll just be very cheap. But we'll keep it open source, so if they don't want to, they need to. They just want to plug in their own API keys and stuff. Okay, let's fix the glitching of the UI on this page. There was one thing that we, well, I'll test that after this. So the first thing on the, once we process the shorts, the UI of playing the video is a little weird. For some reason, it's stuck in some sort of infinite loading thing. The videos, when you download them, are fine. So it's just purely a visual, probably maybe some like, could be like maybe some infinite use effect or something going on. Try to identify why it would be just reloading. And yeah, I'll leave that one. I'll let that one run there. And then on this page, let's go ahead and try to condense all the controls. So you should be able to see very clearly. You can either condense the controls or maybe put the preview. Actually, let's condense all the controls. Try to keep it so you don't have to like scroll and go down too far. See, that way preview is always in your line of sight. Also, the font isn't working. So when we change the font, one other thing is like when the user stops talking in the video for a while, the short should the text should disappear after some amount of time, maybe like a couple seconds. If they stop talking, it shouldn't just pause. Oh, that is a problem, right? Like we're loading 4 words at a time, but if they stop in the middle, then we can't do that. It's kind of a little tricky, right? We'll just ask it to see if we'll see if it can. We'll do this part first and then ask after to see if it can figure out a way that makes sense there. I mean, I think it's like the user configures 4 words at a time, but maybe if it could figure out like, okay, if there's some pause for a decent amount of time, then we do split it up despite what the user told us to do for the amount of words per caption. I'll delete the last part here. Okay, that sounds likely. Sorry, before I make any changes, because I'm gonna commit because I did like the changes it made, so I don't want to break it. Oh, okay, okay. It didn't make too much change yet. I'll just delete that. I'll commit it. So I'll just send it again. I'll just say continue. And then the other one, I guess I didn't clarify. Sorry, the controls for the captioning. So the caption controls once you're about to process the shorts. I'm gonna see if it stopped uploading now, the video. This folder shouldn't anymore. Oh no, I forgot to read what it said about that. Oh, do that a lot, or I'm in the wrong project. So we're still good on usage. I mean, this is how much I used this week. So 6 days, 8 hours a day. We only use 50% on the 5x Cloud Max plan. So granted, there's some we're using anti-gravity probably 20 to 30% of the time. So probably would be more like 70%, something like this. Okay, so we'll test that. That's for the glitching of the video. The process shorts. So I'll let it look for stuff on this one. You go ahead and can you condense the... Should paste what I did here. It's the caption controls. So we want this condensed before the process shorts. You're cooked. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's definitely pricey, like as far as the subscription goes. But with that said, I think it's probably the cheapest you can do if you're coding a lot. The mix of anti-gravity and this subscription with the cloud code seems pretty good, like a good combo. It's either that, or if you're really trying to optimize costs, like go from anti-gravity to another IDE with good credits. I'm not sure if there's any others these days. Like there's the Warp. There's a few others, like you could try to game, go from free credit to free credit. I would say that's the other option there. You could also use the less good models if you're going to make surgical changes. Like if you're someone that likes to be a lot more hands-on in the code, you can rely on less good models, and that would save you money too. Like for example, you're just writing a function or something, so you just like maybe do some pseudo code or something, or you can autofill on the name of the functions. Cursor, yeah. You could could use that, but anti-gravity gives you a lot of free credits. But I do like. I find I run out on Cursor really quickly. So with Cloud Code with this plan, I'm not even close to running out. It's the 5x Cloud Max. Yeah, I rolled. Oh, nice. Gotcha. I forgot how much Ultra costs on the. That's like Google. Let me look it up. Google Ultra or something. Ultra is okay. So it's about this. Wait. Oh, is that 124 for 3 months? Okay, gotcha. So that's a bit cheaper than Cloud. Quite a bit cheaper, less than half. Interesting. Something to explore. You save a little bit that way. Okay, so I'm going to read this because we can probably get rid of this. Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we can store it and just delete it right after, then we're done with it. So let's say you have a lot of users, like, say you have, who are uploading 1,000 videos a day, 2 hours each. How much cost would it be if you're just deleting the file right after you're done with it? So you have to store it and then immediately delete it. I think it's just sort of like intermediary storage. Okay, let's try the caption controls. Three terabytes a day, but you delete it, so. Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay, cool. That makes sense. How much for all of these three, assuming what I said? Okay, so we have a bug here. I shouldn't have clicked that. It's okay. Oh, we get this error. So this should be a sort of easy fix there. Okay, so get the cost per short with this, and then also add the whisper. So the total whisper, assume for each video 2 minutes of processing for whisper. So assume speaking throughout, and then so add this plus the whisper cost, and let's get the cost per short. So the reason I'm asking this is because we never got the cost per short for something scalable. We only got the cost per short for me doing what I'm doing now. So, and before we got the cost per short without whisper. So this is the final question of that we have to answer, and then we can. Okay, so if you have this kind of scale, it sounds like you would want a self-host whisper. It's kind of interesting. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, whisper is very expensive. If you have a 1,000 videos. Oh, no, I misunderstood what I said. It's a 2-minute, okay, it misunderstands. No, so it's not 2 hours, so it's 2 minutes per video, right? So even though each video is long, we cut it up to only do 2 minutes per video because we're only, yeah, so just, redo the cost there. We can just... Your usage doesn't show up on the Google Ultra. Interesting. Also, if any new people are here, we have a Discord if you guys want to join. It's called Vibe Coding HQ. So if you guys want to share your projects or whatever, or follow the channel. Okay, so it condensed the controls. That looks quite a bit better because I can just very quickly... Does it have all the original ones? Okay, the fonts kind of work, but a little weird looking. Oh, is it the outline? Oh yeah, it's this outline thing. I notice if I deselect the outline, it doesn't go away. There should be an ability to scale how far the words are apart. Oh, but they removed the ability to choose where it is, which I really like that aspect. And the scale doesn't work anymore. Interesting. Okay, so definitely a few things. Number one, you remove the ability to choose where it's going to be, which is a really nice thing. So definitely have that. Thought I removed this song. How is it still here? Delete. Wait. The spacing in between the words, that should be customizable too. So they can choose to have larger spacing, add more fonts. Also the outline, when you deselect it, it's still there. Let's see what else. Let's make sure the colors still work and everything. Oh no, that still has it, but I just can't really customize it very much. All right, and we were going to ask after we get this. Oh, let's read this. I was curious about this. The clip versions, 2 minutes. Yes. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's 1,000 per day. It's like probably 1,000 users, maybe 1,000 daily users. That's not that much, right? I mean, it's a lot. Could be more. So eventually, I guess that would be the threshold, right? Once you get to probably about 1,000 videos per day, then you'd probably start to self-host it. I'll never remember that if I don't write it down. So okay. So what's the cost here? What's the cost per short? Okay. So it's exactly what I said a bit ago. I was right on. That's cool. So originally, what did we? Okay, so what have we done? Right. I mean, between yesterday and today. So we've figured if we can avoid using Whisper, scalable costs, we can get it down to 1 cent per short at scale, which we define as like 1,000 to 5,000 videos uploaded daily, 1 hour each, without Whisper. Per short at scale with Whisper. But if we just make this available for people, so it's open source, people plug in their own API keys and everything else for an individual, just cloning the repo and using like free Google Cloud stuff, etc. And there are, probably some free Whisper things too. So for them, it's going to be like 0.3 per short. So this would be sort of my cost of just generating a bunch for my YouTube, which I definitely will do if I get it. It's very cheap. I was kind of thinking like max I'd pay is 5 cents per short, so I think this is fine. And even if you self-host, it's probably going to be in this range. If we can figure out how to avoid using Whisper, we can make it much cheaper. So we could explore doing that. See if we can get it to be any good. Because we have a strategy maybe that would... Depends how good we can get it though, doing that. And there's going to be a lot of types of content that wouldn't really work for probably. And it could be buggy and strange. So you probably would always have to have the option that they could use the advanced captioning, but it just costs more. They would like. Cool. Anyways. Oh, there's some stuff going on. Probably not going to read all of this. But yeah, anyways. I'll just say that there are a lot of software engineers that are pushed to use at big companies. So there's a huge push, everywhere to use it. So it's not really a niche thing anymore. Maybe it was 2 years ago. But pretty much all software engineers are, and when I say all, not really all technically, right? There are some areas where you probably, there's the AI models aren't very good at certain things yet, but definitely very good at anything web related. But if you're doing some pretty mission critical, or doing something in C, working on rockets, yeah, probably maybe use tests and make tests and stuff. But even then, it's a little bit, you can try to do validations, but you wouldn't depend on it, right? Much. But yeah, anything like, anything web stuff, I mean, why not use it, right? As long as you know the basics, right? You don't just deploy an app without, it's one thing to make it for yourself. It's another to deploy an app publicly. You kind of have to know a little bit, so someone doesn't take advantage of your stuff. And I saw that on Twitter. Someone published open database. They didn't put any rules. It's left in test, and someone just like totally screwed up their costs. So you gotta establish rules, and so that way not everyone can call it and not keep everything safe. So, but if you're just making it for yourself, it's no problem. Just make sure before you deploy it publicly that you learn the basics and understand a little bit about how to keep your stuff protected and have authentication for your endpoints and things like this. Anyways, okay. Which you can ask the AI to do too and help you with, but it's just like you gotta kind of validate it a little bit. For example, the one we're working on, I'm gonna validate it before I deploy it, that everything like the endpoints are actually protected, and I'll run some experiments so people can't use my admin controls and things like this. I'll let you guys argue. I'm probably not gonna participate anymore, but so those are my opinions. Okay, so like that. What was I doing? So yeah, spacing between the words, that makes sense. And more fonts. Didn't we already say that? Yeah, we did. Okay, so I think that's it, right? I mean, what else would there be? I think I don't really like the font choices at the moment, but other than that, Comic Sans. Yeah, okay, so let's do that. And then once it does that, we're going to figure out the problem of if they stop speaking, it should only choose like one word or two words, even though they selected 3 words at a time. So we'll see how challenging that is. All right, we were going to test also this other part. So when you click the process, hopefully the UI is not glitchy anymore. But I do think that, okay, so we do know everything out there is way more expensive than this. So I definitely think if we, and even this, so we could just make it, we could be like a super budget option. That's what I think sounds pretty good to me. So it looks like the UI's not glitching anymore. So we'll put this in the center. Oh, I noticed there's a little bit of like gap between Like even we selected the region, I think it somehow didn't resize this part enough. Also, it would be nice to be able to go back and be able to edit things again and regenerate them. I could figure out how to do that. You guys are still arguing? Okay. Sorry if I miss any chats that between all the... I only have a little bit of space on my screen. I want to make sure it's validate that it's not still uploading files anymore, or it's deleting them rather. I don't remember if we actually told it to delete it or not. I don't see it. Yeah, I guess it is. Okay, good. Oh no, here it is. Okay, this folder here. I'm gonna save this too. Actually, I'm gonna make it. Can you make this a doc called current costs and include this other information too? Sometimes I lose my pages. I'm just gonna make sure it's multiple places. I think some of the like controversy that's like in the chat, that's like if you've like, let's say you're you work in Java Spring and you start using AI and you're like, this sucks. It's like, yeah, you're right. It kind of does suck at certain things, but it is very good at other things. So it just depends how much training data there is. So if you're trying something like native web mobile development, you might get the wrong opinion. You might not realize, oh, like it's actually really good at certain things. Yeah. And the next thing I'm going to do, because it makes it easier to test, is be able to go back and forth. So that way I don't need to keep going back to the beginning. Okay, but I'm not going to do it yet because I'm going to commit these changes before I make any other changes. I'd say one thing, if you're working on projects like this, just, if you have something you like, just commit it, Don't keep adding things, because if you get into a hole, it's really annoying to go backwards. So it's kind of important. Okay, perfect. That's kind of what I wanted there. Okay. Oh, nice. We got a bunch of fonts now. Let's see if the outline disappears. I think our default spacing should be bigger, but nice. Cool. So I think what we're going to do is take a screenshot of like some shorts and try to get it to look exactly like what's popular. So that way people can achieve their goals. This tool. So I'm going to go ahead and commit that before I make any changes. This is our doc. You know, I'm gonna also, now that we created this like cost doc, I just run a little critique on it, see if, can you run create a separate doc that's analyzing this doc about the costs and try to find any maybe things we're missing. This is gonna be something we'll read later, just like cost critique, something like this. And you know, when you say stuff like that, it's obviously gonna come up with a bunch of things, but you know, you as a human are gonna be the judge as to whether its critiques make sense. So commit these two. Delete these. And we're going to do two things. So number one, when you're done with the file, so I get you have to upload it, you have to create it for temporary usage, but go ahead and delete it after. And then the second thing, try to implement going backwards. So if we're on the, we've processed the shorts, and someone clicks back, we should try to allow the user to re-edit the short. So in other words, don't delete clips that you have in memory when you go to the next page, because you are going to reuse them. The backend no longer has it, so you have to keep it in memory in the browser. The reason we're doing that is to save costs. So the backend stores nothing, deletes it immediately. Oh, Whisper Flow really butchered, as I was saying. You want a separate talk that's... I'll just do it. This. Create a separate document that's analyzing the costs in this doc and try to find anything that's missing or things we're overlooking. Create a new document for it. So I guess if there's anyone new, these are the costs that we're aiming for. It seems like we can achieve for each short. Accidentally interrupted it. Hey guys, feel free to join the Discord too. We can have a little community. In the last stream, I kind of talked about what I wanted to do with the channel. I think it'd be cool if we could build some projects together, even though it's faster to make some stuff. Things like games, more complex things still take a very long time. So, but if you have multiple people working on it, you can build some pretty cool things. AI is extremely good at 3JS stuff. So that library, that 3D library for web games, very good. So that's kind of what I want to use to make a game. Just it still takes a long time though, even with one person. I mean, even with AI, I meant to say. So if anyone's interested in that. Probably read that cost analysis critique there a little later. Okay, let's see if we can go back now. That would help with our testing. So I'm going to create the shorts and try going back. Bye, Panda. Hey, Gabriel. Okay, so if I go back, it shouldn't go back to the beginning. Ah, dang. I think it might do that because we didn't make it a separate page for the processing video. So it still goes back to the home page, I mean the shorts page. When we go back, we're on the processing video step. I think it's because we didn't make it a separate page, potentially. Double check my thinking here. I think it's because you put it all in the same one. So maybe the logic you put in didn't work for that reason. Maybe. But let's ideate first before you code and try to figure out why. I kind of thought the models would plateau too, but the newest ones, Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3, are a pretty large step up, it seems. So I think we haven't plateaued quite yet. But it could happen. But, you know, I would be okay with it, honestly. It plateaus because it's good enough for some of the things we're working on, so. Exactly, yeah. Couldn't you just create a new page, though, for the process clips? Then the browser would know to... what's the problem here? You just have to have a route there, right? I'll make sure I commit before it does this. I don't want to commit this because this didn't really work. I guess we can read this while we wait for that. This is our critique of our costs that we went through. We spent some time researching and getting our costs for each short. And we're going to just see some other opinion here, if it's any good. Sometimes it's nice to get a second look at it in a more negative tone. So we definitely did include it in our thinking, but maybe in the document we didn't include the cost for that. We're not using 2.5 Pro. We use the Flash. Because, yeah, 2.5 Pro would be expensive. We can maybe give them an option if they want to upgrade the model for the transcript. We use the transcript to figure out where to make the reels. Or shorts, whatever you want to call them. Should probably make this bigger so you guys can see it, I guess. So we definitely have limitations. We got to rate limit all those and find user counts and things like this. So again, this was assuming Gemini 2.5 Pro, which I guess we could put that cost in there, right? The most expensive possible scenario with this amount of video. Oh wait, this was saying, wait, this is cheaper. I thought that said 4 to 8 cents, but it's I don't think I learned too much from this document, but it was okay to read because it kind of missed a lot of things that we already talked about. So I'm gonna go ahead and discard it because I don't think it's very useful. So right now we're working on is making it so we can go back, and it just makes it easier to test rather than having to upload every time. It's kind of a waste of time. Also wastes a little bit of credits, so a little money. What is the Discord? It's in the description, I think. Feel free to join. Like I said, I think the long-term goal is that we can, where do you find a competitive edge? Maybe in a little bit of a community that's building stuff. Just to sell it a little bit.
It's 5:30 sharp punch and no snooze, got containment on my badge, boots lace, still toe
How is this
shoes,
song? I
running
deleted it
straight
twice.
test, every
Alright.
flange, every seal.
Enough is enough. Song that never stops. I think it's taking a while because it has to do a bit of a refactor, right? It's got to remove quite a bit of code if it's creating a new page. Sometimes these refactors can not go very well, so if that happens, we just discard it. If it can't do it, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Would be nice, though. I guess while we wait, though, we could add another thing. I kind of want to have something that takes in my transcript and gives me, like, ideas to improve. we got to strike a balance here, right? But it'd just be interesting to read. I wouldn't, just be a automaton. Just listen to the AI. Become like say exactly what's optimal at all times. I have an AI feed that tells me exactly what to say. We're going to create this as a new tool. So create a new page for it, implement the transcript, getting a transcript the same way we've done, just calling the YouTube API, and then it should run the transcript through Gemini with a specific prompt that's like taking in the context of the user, so their channel, what they're doing, who their audience is, their titles, and then it gives them ideas based on the transcript on how to better achieve their goal. Actually, put a space in there for putting in the goal of your channel, right? So that way the user can put in like, what is the goal? Some people might be interested in marketing their products. Some people might be interested in building community, it's whatever there is. That way you can better give them suggestions. So you have the transcript, goal, context of their channel, what their titles are. And it should give them like sections, like different types of improvement, right? Transcript improvement, channel improvement, branding improvement, depending on what they're asking. I'm gonna let it just go on this one because it's creating a separate page, so I don't really care what it does. Just delete it. No worries, Fuzzy. I'm gonna let it go on that one too, because whatever. I'll just delete it if it messes things up. So I think it's done if it's checking for TypeScript errors. Caches its own prompts. Let's see. So we're going to go through the flow, see if I can go backwards. Just improves our bugging time. I didn't really test this location yet, so we'll test that. And spacing's a little weird, so should maybe give you a little bit more ability to do more spacing there. Okay, so let's try it. So I put it on the top this time, so it should different. See. Okay, so we create a new tool. Let's check it out after we go through this flow here. It should give me some hopefully critical feedback about how I do these things. It'll be interesting. Okay, so let's see if okay, so that's good to know. So the location for the text is not working. And now we're going to test the back. So if I click the back button, I should go to the prior page as opposed to... Okay. So that part's not working. So if I click this button, will it work? Okay, that works. Interesting. I mean, ideally, I'll leave it for now, I guess. It's not that big of a deal. We'll just note that for debugging, we go back, we click the back button instead of the... It's fine. Okay, so let's test that new tool before we commit anything. So we'll go to Channel Improver. Okay. I'm gonna plug in some random video. Hopefully this doesn't hurt my feelings too much. I probably just say too much. I repeat the same words. We will see. Building a community of builders who want to... I don't know. This is something like this. Oh, there's some presets here. It's one of the presets. Describe your channel. I code with AI. Live stream it. Intermediate. Not really sure. Not sure. Oh, that would have been nice if it could have just got the video titles. We can fix that. Maybe we should, if people leave it blank, maybe like it just gives you suggestions. I'm just going to leave the rest blank and see what it does. A comment in the live chat. I guess that could make sense, right? Put like a, because like when someone joins, people tend to ask, "What the heck are we doing?" Maybe something like this. Content and unedited raw format position. Okay, maybe. That makes sense. Streamline content to be more focused, less meandering. Probably true. Content. Start with a clear agenda. I kind of started doing that recently, right? At the beginning, I usually say some things that what we're doing. True. A little more understanding about what the point of this is. Instead of showing long stretches of debugging, that's probably true. You know, there are some times when I'm debugging, where I'm just sort of like not really explaining much as I should, maybe. That's probably true, right? Like, also, I think it's a little hard to read the code. I don't think anyone wants to read too much of the code, right? Clear what the AI did for the end user. Well, so far I like this tool. It's kind of giving me some good ideas. Let me go through the rest here. Addressing some of the verbal tics. I'm sure there's tons of these. Reduce the use of okay, so true. Reduce spacing, reduce. Yeah, but it doesn't know about the music, so the music helps fill some silence. Visual brand. Streams. Yeah, agree with that. Sure. Again, I'm not just going to follow all of these directly, but I will consider them. Yeah, you know. I won't try to do robotic, but definitely there's, just like I do it there. Usually when I'm thinking, I say, fine. Acknowledge it. Sure. But I already do that, I think. Cool. All right. I'm interested in the titles. Not bad. Anyways, so not bad, right? We could probably, I don't know what else we could do with this. Maybe, what could we do with this? Maybe you could generate some things for you. What could it generate? Not sure. I'm gonna leave it there for now. I mean, maybe once we have user profiles, we can save the context of the user when we're generating the shorts, right? So like you have a profile, you put this stuff in, and they'll generate shorts based on what it knows about your channel and stuff like that. It can be. You can turn that off though, right? Like you can always do your custom whatever, but if you want, you can turn it on and it will be a little more relevant. Okay, so the next thing I want to do with the shorts clipper is be a little more customizable in terms of the types of shorts it creates. So I wanted to have like a prompt section where you can customize it a little more. So let's, before I continue though, I'm going to commit some things. So create a new page for results and it seemed to work. So, but what I am going to do is commit these separately so I can undo it in the case we uncover a bug, because it did a refactor. And refactors are a little bit more risky. So we're going to commit that. Commit that, yeah. Cool, yeah. Cool. So this commit's going to be the channel improver tool. This will be a refactor to add going back to the flow. Okay, the next thing I want to add, I want to have the ability for people to add extra customization to the types of shorts we generate. So in that first page, you should have an optional section where people can say like, add a custom element to the prompt. The goal here is that the user might not want certain types of shorts. They might want a very specific moment. Maybe they remembered a moment while they are live streaming or something that's what they want to clip, so they want to direct us to that transcript directly. It should respect, like, let's say the user says, hey, only make it 10, 15 seconds or something like that. Oh, additionally, yeah, basically respect what the user says, right? If they say, hey, I remember this moment, I only want like maybe 20 seconds of that, just respect the length. And I'm thinking about anything else the user might care about. I think that's basically it, right? You just want the length around the moment. They might also say, make a short from this moment to that moment, right? So try to respect that too. What does that mean? If you getting your ducks in a round? I haven't heard that expression. I'll look that up. Ducks in a round. Oh, ducks in a... Oh, sorry. I thought it was a new one. Ducks in a row. It's fine. It doesn't have to be too polished, you know? It's like, that's kind of the point of a live stream, right? Like, be a little more polished, but not. Plenty of other videos that you can watch if you want polished stuff. Like, yeah, no worries, no worries. Like I said, with these live stream guys, I'm gonna be shifting it slowly to the mornings for me. So probably tomorrow I'll start streaming at like 9, the day after 12, and then I'll eventually get to like 6 to 9 a.m. So if you're wondering why I'm not on at a certain time, it'll probably take me 4 or 5 days. The reason is because I need to adjust my sleep schedule. That way I get to the right time and it's better for everyone involved, including myself. So. Yeah, let's see, maybe if it generated it already. Oh yeah, custom instructions, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like that. It also added a skip section. Like you could say skip maybe the first hour. I'm gonna try it out. That's cool. I haven't seen this, by the way, in any other thing. It's usually pretty strict, like gives you a few options, but nothing. Mostly like, hey, you give them the clip and they find it for you, but not much control. Especially not any fuzzy level control like this. So we'll see if it works though. Cool, so I'm gonna ask it a very specific question to test it out. So I'm going to give it the live stream. In the final 10 minutes of the live stream. That'll be a pretty good test. See if it can do it. But I think it can. It kind of makes sense that it would be able to. Pretty specific instruction. And it has all the timestamps, so. Cool. Yep. That's, although is this one the final 10 minutes? Let me check. I think it is. I don't remember how long this thing is. 5. Oh yeah, it's perfectly within. Let's see. Okay, cool. Okay, now the next thing is this. We're gonna try working backwards. So I'm going to say that fit the title, and it should only be 10 seconds long. Right now it's a minute. Also, we should give it some guidance that these shorts should be biased to around 30 seconds or so. Not a minute, that's quite a bit too long. I'll give it a little longer. So that would be a scenario if you know what you're aiming and you want a bunch of different shorts on that particular moment of the video to get some good options. And then I'm going to ask it while we're waiting, can you go ahead and make it so this the prompt is going to be biased to more around 30-second clips, unless the user specifies otherwise. That's sort of a common length for shorts. I would say 20 to 30 seconds is kind of the target there. Look tool for, so looks like the backend stopped for some reason or some sort of error. Let's check it out. Oh, it could be because we're making code changes while I was running. Could be. I'm gonna rerun it. Tool for thumbnails to YouTube Shorts. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Thank you, Gremlin. Let's make that. That's kind of cool. Like, it takes in the transcript maybe, and then it generates a nice thumbnail. And maybe you can pass in context like, hey, here's my face. Here are some images of my face. I want you to put it in the thumbnail. And we just like do some cropping or something. The Nano Banana is not very good at like generating your face from... Well, I haven't tried the most recent one actually. Hey, worth a try. Yeah, let's add that. That's cool. Okay, so I think this last part did not work. Oh, I see. So it kind of riffed on this idea of, I said AI had, you know, said this part, right? And it riffed on this idea to find other hallucination areas. I could maybe have a little quick tip area with that's like specific moment I only want. But people can be custom, right? They say, well, no, I was pretty clear. Only choose moments that fit. I'm gonna try it one more time. I think we should just make a modification here. Make sure if the user says they want only specific moments about a specific thing, we should respect that. So add that to the prompt. If they say, hey, I want ideas similar on this theme, that's another thing, right? So don't automatically, if they put custom instructions, be try to follow it pretty rigidly, right? Because they put the instructions in for a reason. Okay, cool. And then let's see if it made it 15 seconds. It did. That's good. Let me make sure the other ones are as well. They are, yeah. Around. Okay, a really big thing regarding shorts and everything is music, right? Like, I think the user should be able to add their own custom sound to it as well. So we'll go ahead and add that. It should probably not replace the audio, but they can put in background audio and change the volume and this kind of thing. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna double check that this works, but it should now affect what I said, I think. I'm kind of thinking that audio feature that I just said should be at the end. It's easier to preview. Like if you put in the audio at the beginning, it's going to be harder to tell because you haven't generated the short yet. Like if you want to change the volume relative to what's going on in the video. You could do that for sure, Gremlin, yeah. We could give them that option maybe. Like if they want to do some more advanced audio analysis, some basic stuff like, because you can use Meta or something. I use that for the make music video and you can do a bunch of cool stuff. But I'd say that's more of a nice to have at the moment. I think it's probably somewhat rare. Oh. I'm not sure how rare it is. I mean, definitely in my case, right? I would probably want to remove the background music and add different things. So I noticed it didn't really respect what I said for some reason. I'm gonna ask it to help me figure out why. So, I'm not. So it did generate one of the right clips, but then the other two that it generated were some other place. Basically, if the user is very specific, right, that they're saying they want a specific moment, all the shorts that are generated should be on that specific moment, right? Because we want to respect, you know, what they want, you know. So try to figure out what in our prompt led to us generating things that weren't related to that. Okay, let's see if it figured it out. No, you're misunderstanding, right? So someone might have a moment in mind, and they might want 3 clips. They might want 3 shorts around that specific moment, right? Because maybe they want to figure out which one is the best like variation of that moment, right? Because there's different areas to capture in a specific moment. So we don't want to have to make the user put in the timestamps for that moment because they probably don't know that. So they should be able to say, hey, like I remember this thing, I want this. And then we should respect, hey, we give them 3 shorts around that area. So they say 3 shorts, we should get 3 shorts, right? But like if they say I want this, you know, so try to figure out maybe how to modify the prompts to accommodate what I've said here. Maybe that'll work. See? Let's see, read what it says. Specific moment. Yes, yes. It's probably because we included this viral stuff, right? Okay, but also make sure you note here in this prompt, right, that a lot of times we might not have a custom instruction. So we should only default to what the user is saying if they put in the custom instruction, right? So I think you should clarify that, right? Like looking for viral moments is probably our default. So you have a default to follow, maybe a default prompt, and a default behavior, which would be looking for viral clips. But if the user provides their custom instruction, that should be prioritized above anything else. Yes. That's worth a shot now. Let's see. Okay, good. Good. I did it. Okay, cool. Now let's just make sure, choose, only choose, match the idea of an AI hallucinating. Ah. So, oh, oops. So in this scenario, it shows 3 clips around the same area, right? You know, in the scenario where a user is putting in, you know, matching the idea, matching the theme, this kind of question is a little different, right? Because they're not targeting a specific moment necessarily, but they're targeting like, they're trying to find an idea around a theme. In that case, it doesn't have to be the same place. So try to really simplify the prompt in some way. I think we're maybe giving some conflicting instructions. I think it might help if you have a default prompt, right? Really separate it, right? You have a default prompt that we send, and then we create a separate prompt that's going to be when the user is putting in custom instructions, right? So we don't try to bundle it all together. The problem with bundling it all together is I feel like we're having conflicting instructions. So create two separate paths there. I think that might work. Okay, let's try that. Okay, we'll try it. And then we'll put a bunch of these quick tips here. We'll fill it all out, and then we'll move on to the next thing. I think the thumbnail one will be cool. All right, cool, great. And then I'm gonna test it, do it again. It should only choose that specific moment. Okay, perfect. Yep. And they're all a little different areas. Cool. I'll fix one small thing real quick. When the I'll commit that because that seems good. When the users are, okay, let's move on to the next thing. Right, that was one. So right now, when the user selects on the edit captions, the positioning, it doesn't respect the positioning when we're generating the short. So try to fix that, analyze the flow between the two pages. And there's some UI stuff we can clean up a bit. Oh, it's because we made changes to the code while it's running. I think I missed one of your messages there, Gremlin. But you can stream out the music, Spleeter or... Oh no, I saw that already. I used Meta. Meta worked pretty well for my... It was good. Okay, let's try generating again now that done. This short, I don't even say anything till the very end. What are these? These are not very good. Interesting. Well, it's probably just the the prompts that I gave, because that moment is not interesting. But it did respect the location of the new captions, so that's good. So it fixed that problem. Okay. Hey, it's stored. Thank you. Yes, we will keep it up. There's nothing that will stop us. And you know, for me, this is really fun. So doesn't really feel too much like a grind. Like every time I get started, I start having fun. So as long as I'm having fun, I think it's not too hard to keep going. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a lot more quick tips. Well, there's two things. Number one, the audio stuff. I want to add that. So the user might want to add some audio to their short at the end. Let's ideate a little bit first. I'm thinking it makes sense that we put that at the end after we've processed the short. Because if you put that, it's a little bit easier to preview, right? What do you recommend though? What do you think would make the most sense? And we could also have like AI generated music too, potentially, once the Suno. Well, we can use existing APIs like Udio and stuff. So people can make their own music. It's kind of funny. A lot of things we could do. Granted, they could always just do it themselves and then upload it. So, I mean, it's kind of a little gimmicky. It's just out of convenience, I suppose. Suppose you could charge for it or something. So it recommends the hybrid, add audio as optional final step. User previews on optionally adds. Yeah, that's fine. Audio mixing relatively fast. How easy for us would it be to create stems for the user? Like maybe they want to remove music in the background. Would this be a very simple task? I've used Meta in the past. Would this be a good tool for that? We make a combined little section for that. So it'd be they can upload their audio, remove sections of audio in the clip. So voice and music. What do you think? How long would this take? Let's ideate first. How easy this would be. It was very good at audio analysis for that make music video, but it did take a little bit of time to get it tuned to the beats. And it's still not perfect for sure, because it kind of depends on the type of music, right? So you have to tune it based on the type of music. So a little tricky, but if we're just taking some stems out, like taking out, I think it might go a little faster. Oh, it's exactly what a gremlin said. It's bleeder. Okay, cool. That's exactly what he said, gremlin. Demooks, how we pronounce that? Demooks. Separates audio and stems. Okay, cool. I'll just make sure it's a used library, not, yeah, it has a hard time with finding the fact that the library is not used. Not very well maintained, although it is meta, so I think it's probably good. Look at the issues real quick. Oh, look at Spleeter. What are with these names, man? Spleeter and Demox. Oh, this one's a little more recent. I assume this estimate is with I was to do it, right? Sure, let's add it. Let's see. I'll commit everything first. Excuse me. Get everything first. All right, let's do it. Let's add the upload audio and custom, this like stem thing. Let's add it all on that final page. You should be able to, it's kind of like an audio mixing section. Let's try to implement it. But first, which library should we choose? That's something we have to answer. Which library do you think is the best for this? Which is the most commonly used? Which should be easier, which is more dev friendly? Hey, Ramir. Hey, Edward or Istward. I think I already. It's a. This is an open source tool for creators. We're adding a bunch of tools right now. Working on the Shorts Clipper. It works. We're adding. It has captioning. It has everything. You can add your own API keys. Fairly cheap. I will show you. You want to generate your own shorts. It's going to be about fraction of a cent per short if you're using your own API keys. As captioning, and now we're adding the audio analysis. I mean the audio, like you can take out parts of the audio, take out the music, take out the voice, add your own music. That is what we're doing now. And then after that, we're going to do something else, which I don't remember. I think actually we did it. I think that's kind of what we were planning to do today. We got the custom instructions. Maybe fix a few bugs because I think the cropping is a little bit weird. I can show you guys. I guess I haven't showed it in a while. So. There are some catches to this. It has to be your own video. The way that we're doing this. Oh, now that I think about it. But let's just add an ability for people to put in their own transcript. They could, maybe they, have their own method. They've gotten the transcript somehow, and it doesn't hurt, right? Just another thing we can add, I suppose. Okay, let me read this. But we'll need to specify that the transcript needs to have the timestamps. Otherwise, you can't really do it. Oh, right. No, I remember what we were going to do. Try to implement the captioning without using OpenAI Whisper. If we can achieve this, we will be very cheap, the cheapest. And when you scale it, but it will be probably only 70 to 80% accurate, most likely, maybe less, optimistically. We do it with the waveforms and only work on certain types of live streams, ones without heavy music or background noise. Uses waveforms, but way cheaper. And we would have this as an option, like if they don't want, it might work for some people's type types of videos. You're probably wondering if we have the transcript and timestamps, why we can't do it. Just because YouTube API doesn't give us word by word timestamps, only phrases. So we have to do a little bit of like figuring out which word was said where. But it is, you know, you think about it, it's like, you know, 30, potentially more than 50% cheaper to make a bunch. So you can make like 1,000 reels, only spend $10. Pretty good. That'll be fun. Try to get that. I wonder how good it would be. Okay, so let's try this out. I deal with lack of deterministic output from AI accuracy. Well, you know, you give them some free credits, right? You say, hey, I would say the general approach here, give them some free credits. They can judge for themselves whether they're getting good results or not. And then, you know, after they've used a certain amount of times, you give them, I mean, that's one reason why we keep it cheap, right? Try to make it as cheap as possible. That way we can afford to give people a little bit of experimentation. And then they can decide for themselves whether the AI gave them good results or not. Oh, another thing. We were going to choose which, we didn't finish this part. We got to thinking about something else. So which should we use? Spleeter or Spleeter? Yeah, we're going to use Spleeter. All right, let's use this. We're going to create a audio mixing section in the processing, like the final stage of the video generation. And it should allow the user to upload their own audio and mix it so they can take out certain components of the video, so the music or the voice. Be creative with this. I'm going to give it, but creates a separate file for all the audio analysis. That way it does not pollute everything. Okay, and so I was going to show you guys what it looks like. You process it. It's going to have some captions at the bottom. Obviously, these are really horrible shorts, but it's more about. This one's not bad. So I need to basically reorient my thinking, right? Which is like, you know, the one that made money was this inflation. Oh, right. There's another thing we needed to do. And so I'm kind of thinking, when I originally started doing stop speaking for a bit based on the word timestamps, it needs to no longer respect you said for going to be on the screen. Because if there's a pause, we only show. They can maybe even configure that. Well, no, definitely not, because it's confusing. Pause, we only show the words that they said in quick session. But I'm gonna ask how to make that concise. I'm asking to make this prompt better based on my goal. Oh, sorry, I didn't see help me vote, bro. Yeah, the bio, yeah. Okay, it's called time gap segmentation. It has a way better prompt. Yeah, exactly. And I wish I was that just articulate. Just say that. Yeah, I should do that more often if I'm kind of trying to figure out how to word it. Temporal proximity. Timestamps between. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Cool. It should be here. Maybe I reload. Not sure if I need to re-upload from the beginning. I think I do. Oh, I pasted the wrong video. You can't paste videos that are happening. I pasted this one. So that is not a finished processing video. I should maybe put in the description that this is open source, so you guys can look at it if you want. I'll just update the description with that, so people know. I should maybe just always put what I'm doing so people can easily see what I'm doing. People ask that. Okay, cool. So I put the GitHub in the description if you guys want to use it or work on it, whatever you want to do. Okay, so we're going to test the audio analysis part of this. whatever you want to call it. See, if it worked in one go, it would be kind of cool. So it should be kind of complicated though, because you gotta take out the audio, certain parts. Okay, so I see the button here for the audio mixer. Let's go ahead and try it out. Oh yeah, I forgot to install it. Important. Let me do that. So I'm gonna have to stop that back in. So unfortunately we have to go through that process again. Maybe we should just put in some sample clips so we don't have to keep doing that. Okay, so I'm going to stop this one. I didn't do source sync. Although I thought we were going to use the splitter library instead of the mux, but apparently it chose the mux. For some reason. I guess I'll ask it before I... why did you use... are you using the splitter library? Or to say... Can't say splitter without... filing. Okay. Oh, I must have missed that. Okay. Fine. Okay, so we installed it. And let's try it out. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it won't work. You gotta... I have to go from the beginning. I will just reload, just check, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Oh, I wonder what happens when they overlap a little bit. I haven't tried that. I think... leave that to the user. They make that mistake. That's on them. Maybe I should just change it to one clip while we're testing and just make it faster. Okay, so let's I wonder why. I should be able to like remove background. Oh, yeah, if I could do that. Interesting. Oh, let's try that first, right? Okay, I'm gonna need to turn off the music so I can hear it. Basically, I'm thinking maybe that message that it has there, that pip install, that's a hard-coded thing. Because we already did it, so I'm gonna pause the music. If it works, we won't hear the music in this clip. Okay, so I do hear the music. What if I do this? What happens? Okay, doesn't work. I'm gonna check if there's any errors. No errors. I'm gonna ask it if this is hard coded. I believe it is. Oh wait, did you put it in the requirements.txt? I could check that actually. They didn't. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we didn't install it because we just assumed they put it in there. Let me get the current version number. So it's V4. Point 0.01. Okay, and we will have to stop it again. Reload. Maybe some uh, okay, well I'll paste this error. Understand. Going on. I'll play some music again. It's our requirements.txt. What is this? What is going on? Sometimes that's just how it be. Gotcha. That makes a little bit of sense. I can just downgrade, right? Doesn't really matter. Why did you... What? I mean, let's just downgrade, right? Like, that's the easier solution. So remove the changes you just made. Just make sure that when we downgrade, everything that we have for our libraries works for Python 3.12, and just give me a quick little walkthrough just to downgrade. Yeah, one thing with AI is the versioning of libraries. You kind of have to just... It's either going to choose sometimes a really old library, choose a library that is unused and not maintained. So that's one of the things you kind of have to validate a little bit. For sure. So we're going to go ahead and do this. So remove our current. Okay, and then create the, I don't think I have 3.12. Create the new one. That kind of all makes sense to me. So create the new virtual environment, and then we'll verify, yeah. Yep, good. And install. So now that we've installed it, and we can now test the thing. We just have to go through it again. And this time I'm just going to do one reel. Kind of a waste to do 3. We're just testing. Oh, we forgot to start it. I knew I was forgetting something. Okay. Hopefully I actually said some things. Obviously the spacing should be different here. Okay, I did good. Okay, so it recognized that we installed it. That's good. Let's try this. Separate vocals and music. Interesting. I'm pausing the music so I can validate that it's working. Okay, interesting. So let's go ahead and remove the background music. I'm curious just in all these commands. So I still hear it. Say if I remove the speech, what happens? Okay, okay. So I don't see any changes there. Well, at the very least, let's try the uploading an audio file. So let me pull up one. I'll just grab some. Wait, can I download something off Suno? Is that allowed? Okay, all these I have spent. Oh, I can, great. 5 cents. That should support drag and drop. No, I removed it. All right. All right. I'm gonna check if there's any errors. I think what we should do is have a little debug section there, right? So we separate the audio and the let me separate the vocals and the audio. It's possible it was successful, but we don't know whether it's that part that was not working or the actual editing of the video for that. So let's go ahead and ask it to do that. So let's add a little debug section here because it's not totally working. So add once they separate the audio and the vocals, add a thing under it so that way we can play just the background music or just play just the vocals. So that way we can test that it actually did separate it. And that way we can figure out if that's working. And then create a little debug button where I can save the short. Because what I'm going to do is save the short, and so that way we don't have to keep doing this generation thing as we're testing this. And then add a button on the front. It's going to be another debug button where I can just collect, it's the very front when you're in that shorts page. I can just click use sample short, so that way I can quickly go through this flow. Well, rather, you should save two things, right? Have a button. Sorry. Kind of, when I say these things, I'm always collecting my thoughts as I'm talking. In order to quickly go through this flow, when someone clicks that save button, that debug save button on the process, it should save the uncropped version and the cropped version. I'm not going to do that because at that point we already deleted the uncropped version of the processing. We cannot do that. Actually, now that I think about it, it's fine that we're using. I don't think it matters that we're using an already cropped version. Yeah, okay, cool. I think all that's good. Is there anything we should commit at this point? I don't think so. Because we haven't got the audio working there. I could put a little intermediary commit, I guess. We did get a mux installed. Intermediary not working, commit. We can always undo it. Oh shit. Thank you, Dark Sky. Why in the world was it marked that? Huh. How did that happen? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I just fixed it so you guys can. That explains why no one was chatting for like 20, 30 minutes. It's probably when I updated the description with what I'm working on. Somehow it defaulted to that. So, anyways, now it's updated so you guys can chat, I think. I'm gonna start playing some music again. I guess we're just waiting for that. I might go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna quickly select though something first so it doesn't get stuck when it comes up. I guess it's not getting stuck, so we're good. Make sure it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Find Destiny. I think it's what are the for some reason it defaulted to that when I updated the description. I don't know why. I think it would default to the opposite. I definitely didn't select that. Oh, Find Destiny, you might be right on that one. That's a good point. Because I think you're right. When we selected it, well, no, it had a checkbox, right? So if I deselect the checkbox, I would expect it'd be gone. But maybe you're right there. Maybe it's kind of like the audio you have to put to 0 or something. Cool. Let's try it out. Okay, so this button's not going to work yet because we have no sample short. But maybe once we save, it'll be there. So hopefully this is the last time we have to click this and wait. And then we can just immediately jump through everything. Okay, so finished. Okay, we go to audio mixer. So we'll do this again, separate. I'll make sure to also click save for this short. Okay, let's stop the music, so I'm gonna listen to this. I notice the target demographic of this app. But I noticed it took out the vocals of the song, right? Which makes sense. Well, granted, most of the songs I play, so for me it's okay, right? Because I mostly just play lo-fi. Are old people who like seeing. All right. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna include this unless we can figure out a way to also separate the vocals of the song. For me, it could work if I'm just playing lo-fi. Yeah, something to think about. Um, but as an experiment here, I will try again what you said. We set this to 0. What will happen? Also, I'm going to save the current short before I do that. Okay, and I'll just bring that into our samples. So we got, this is where we put our samples. Okay, so now we'll try applying changes. If I put this to 0, I guess we try both uncheck and check just to see. All right, and we'll try the custom audio, right? That was kind of like what we were also considering. Well, it has the checkbox Find Destiny, so I would expect that checkbox, and we definitely did specify, so. Oh, so this worked. Let me see that the, Yep, so I hear the music, but no, I'm not speaking. So I guess technically that works. Not very good music in the back, but because it took out that was a little weird. But let's go ahead and try adding some custom audio. So what if I just set these both to 0? I have to separate it every time. So we should fix that, right? It should just be a one-time separation. So that way you can go back and forth real easily. But for now, we'll just do it. No, I totally agree. It's a little confusing to the user. We'll fix it. Okay. Okay, so we'll just set everything, and then we're going to try adding a audio file. Well, I'll just keep the vocals maybe. Although it's going to have the, it's still going to have the vocals of the song that's playing, right? We'll just set everything so we can just check that people can add their own custom audio. So I'm going to download this song, and I'm going to grab it from my files real quick. Interesting. With Suno, you can do video now. That's kind of cool. So I can make a little AI video for you. And I think in the real thing, it would be a, drag and drop. Add that too. You would like it. Titled MP3. Okay. So got it here. I'll just leave it what it is. Apply changes. Cool. That works. So obviously not perfect, but we have some of the components there. This only works if the music doesn't have lyrics. We could just say that, I suppose. I mean, if you guys have any ideas for how to fix that problem, I'm open to it. I could talk a little bit. So I just want to ideate a little bit first. Right now, the way that we're doing it, it works. However, if the audio has music that has vocals, then it conflicts with the user. There's probably no way that I can think of. What do you think? Is there any way we could figure out based on the waveform using the library? It's like tricky, right? Like I said, for me, it works. If I just play this music, we should try it maybe with one of the streams where I play this. The background music has vocals, yes. Yeah, it sounds like it would be pretty hard. Oh, you could do that. You do a little pre-processing, but the problem is, how do you separate my vocals from has any like overlap? Gonna sound weird in pitch and stuff, right? All the other things. I mean, what we could do is if the user has the file of the music that's playing in the short, then you can do it, right? Then it's pretty easy in some sense because you can analyze that audio. But I'm probably not going to do that right now. Plus, I'm not really sure whether a lot of people would just have the file on hand for the audio that's playing in the background. Other people don't have a name. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. So we detect the problem. I think that's a decent user experience. Wait, what? Is that a thing? Okay, maybe. Okay, but before we do that, let's go ahead and just make it a little better user experience here. I might even just attach a screenshot just so it knows kind of what we're talking about here. Okay, well, there's two things. Number one, please, when they do the separate vocal and audio, if they exit out and come back, it should be still in memory. So don't remove it, because they might want to go back, test it. And, also actually, I think about it. Oh, I removed the image. I'm not really sure. Should we make this a pop out? We could also like do a little preview in here. That way they don't have to exit, go play. Just a little preview. Maybe up at the top or maybe in between. The alternative separate page. The alternative being, I think what makes the most sense is it's not a pop out. You have the config here and you can just do it right on the page itself and you can extract out the right short. It's just a much easier user experience, I think. That's what I would do. So instead of making it a pop out like you did, let's go ahead and make it so the config options are there. Let's maybe put them below the shorts, right? And you can choose which short to extract out the audio and video, etc. I mean, not the video. Extract out the voice and background music. Secondarily, redesign the, it's kind of weird that it's like a checkbox and then you have the like rethink it. Like the goal here is that the user can remove it pretty easily, right? They can remove, so it should just be like probably a volume control. We don't really need a checkbox. And then they can apply changes. And you kind of like blank out those two things until they do separate the audio and video for one of the shorts. And then they can apply those changes, right? They can change the, the audio volume, things like this. And then upload their own audio, of course. I'll start with that. And then after that, we will do this hybrid approach, which I will save somewhere. I'll just put it in my pages. I'm not going to save it in the repo because it's just polluting things. Okay. Hey guys, see some more comments here. Let me read. Okay. There's another algorithm that removes lyrics. Yes. So we are using, Whisper to get the. Oh, you're talking about for the music. But I think the thing is they have to have the actual file, right? And that, okay, no. The actual problem is that the conflicting between my voice and the background vocals, right? You're right. If it's just like you have the background track, you can remove the vocals pretty easy. But it's because when I'm speaking and the music has vocals, that's when I feel like the problem arises. Remove audio should be a separate thing. Yeah, I agree. I think it does make sense to have an audio mixer section, right? And that includes things that you can remove the audio, and uploading new audio. It just kind of makes sense that that's all in the same area. I do agree though that the checkbox is kind of weird, right? It should just be volume. Right? You set the volume to 0. It's just one thing. You don't really need like a separate idea for that. I guess while I wait, I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. Let's see what the style changes it made are. Well, obviously changes the spacing here. I'll just tell it. So make sure the spacing makes sense. So based on the amount of shorts that they've done. So for example, when there's one, it's not centered. So just make sure spacing makes sense style-wise. Just gonna leave that vague. I'll wait to send that though. I want to test this. Okay, so this is the selected one. It sort of makes sense. You click whichever one you want to select. Okay. I think this UI makes a lot more sense. What do you think? Fine, Destiny, if you're still here. With the volume levels, apply changes, just one button. I think the only thing is maybe the positioning is a little weird because you might think apply audio changes only this, but it's kind of minor. Okay. Well, let's just quickly test it out, but I think it should work. Just change the UI probably. Remove audio should be a separate thing. Did you just send that? Oh no, that was a while ago. Okay, yeah, you were talking about something. Sorry. Okay, so okay, it did remove it. There's the component of like, should probably save the fact that we did that. Because why do we have to separate it again, right? So just put it in memory or something. So ask it to do that. Also, once they separate the vocals and music, once they click apply changes, just keep it in memory, right? So based on the one that's selected. So that way we keep track of, hey, what they did. Like, that way they don't have to keep separating the audio, you know, the vocals and the background music again and again if they want to make changes. That's it, right? Those are the two things. I'm gonna commit so far because it's pretty good. I think it's getting there. Update almost there with audio. Okay, first thing is, oh wait, it's probably not finished. I'm patient. Maybe we can, while we're waiting here, let's add a quick little readme to the repo so you guys, you know, if anyone, like, or anyone else finds it, I guess. People know what we're doing. Let's go ahead and add a readme for this repo. Also include this cost stuff. That's what it's kind of like our goals. We're trying to make a very cheap option for people. So I'm gonna put the cost. Yeah, I'll show you. We're trying to make a very, very cheap shorts generator. So it can take a long YouTube stream and make shorts that are good, very customizable, but extremely cheap. So this is kind of what we're aiming for. We've achieved this So that's if you just plug in, and it's open source. So if you guys want to, and it has other tools as well. Obviously, it depends what model you use. So if you use 215 Pro, it's going to be a little more expensive. But I'll put it all in the README. These are our goals for the cost per short. I guess in the README explain that nothing is actually, well, I don't need to explain it. It's like, that's what it is. People can look into it if they like. Thanks, Big Cheeky. The problem was for me online is I could not do this cheaply. They're always like $30, and also ours offers a lot more customization. So you can say it's like a fuzzy explanation about what type of short you would like, or a specific moment, time range, theme. So the downside to the way that we're doing it, like how are we able to make it cheap, is we depend on the transcript provided by YouTube. And that transcript is we can only get that for your own videos. So that is part of the downside here. But maybe we could add a way for people to enter their own transcripts. The transcripts need the timestamps though. That's a requirement. Luckily, YouTube API provides that. So this is a tool for your own videos that you've uploaded to YouTube. That is the sort of the give and take part of this. Like other tools, you can upload a video, it'll process the whole video. That's why it's expensive, right? But we're using the transcripts. And the other downside is we depend on you saying interesting things to make the reels. If it's just a video of you gaming and there's no transcript, then yeah, it's not going to be able to find good reactions and things. Yeah. Oh, we have some other tools too, if you guys are making YouTube videos. Again, it's free, so we might deploy it and charge a little bit if people don't want to enter their own API keys, but overall, it's, whatever you guys want to do with it. I'm building it kind of for myself, but if other people find it interesting, open to use it. I put it in the description if you want to check it out. I'm making a little README here so we can check that out, see how that looks. I'm going to zoom out a little. It's kind of hard to... Okay, so we haven't achieved this yet, so we shouldn't put this in the repo because we're trying to build it without, that's one of our goals, is to not use Whisper because it saves us money, but it would only work for a certain kind of video. So we should probably remove that in the README. So let's go ahead and, first of all, we're not trying to sell, to make this too, like the tone should be pretty just informational. It's not like not trying to sell anyone in the README about this. So just change the tone, and also make sure to note we haven't achieved the creating reels without Whisper yet. So that's what we're trying to work on at the moment to keep the cost way down. And it would and make sure to clarify there that it would only work with a certain kind of video, one where you're speaking a lot and the background music is not too loud. And it would also depend on transcripts. So, put all those things in, right? Like what does this do? Well, it needs the YouTube transcript, at least for the reel generation. But include all of the tools, that we have here so far. And I guess this README is kind of can, feed back in, starting chat or something. Okay, so I think it finished this part. We'll try it out. Got its key. Cool, sounds good. Well, thanks, man. I'm just, for me, this is pretty fun. I think it's fun just kind of like prototyping and make tools for yourself. It's kind of... Okay, so I'm going to test this button, this sample short button. This is for us to very quickly jump through the flow, so we don't need to constantly do that. So I have to change the name of the file, though. I'll just rename this sample short. Cool. So I didn't want it to jump all the way to the end, though. I will clarify that after we check this part. So what we wanted to do in the last change is we want to separate the vocals and the music so people can control the how much speech is there and add their own music. And so we fixed a few things. Let's see if it works. Once it separates, it should save in memory, so we don't have to keep, every time we make an addition, keep having to separate it. It's kind of... Okay, so let's go ahead and change the vocals to 0. Apply. And hopefully it doesn't reset this area. So we can keep making more changes. Vibe voice, real time, Comfy UI. Yes, that's cool. Is that a product? Vibe voice, I haven't heard that. Let's see. Okay, so it removed the audio, the voice. Let's try adding it back. So I'm just gonna leave it 100% and see if it comes back. I'll recheck while we're waiting for the README, see if it's looking good. We should also put the cost. Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Yep, that's cool. No, I'll remove that. Good result. Nice, yep. Cool, yep. I think the README looks good, so I'll commit that. Okay, let's test this if the audio came back for the voice. So that's one problem. We remove the voice and we try to add it back. Doesn't come back. But it seems to have deleted that somehow. So when I remove the voice, so I applied audio change to remove it to 0, and then I went back and put it to 100% and applied it again. The voice doesn't come back, so we must be removing the audio and not saving it in memory in case the user wants it, So make sure to just keep it just in case they want to add it back. And we don't need to, although we're, deleting it from the video, we just keep it available so that way they can add it back. I think I repeated myself. Anyways, it's fine. This is what the README looks like. look at it, the more formatted area. Okay, cool. So this is what we're currently doing. We probably should define at scale so people know what we're talking about here. Cool. Yep, looks good. Huh. It's good. For a moment I was like, huh? Yeah, you can fill out your own API keys here, you know, to run this. YouTube, Discord if you're doing that. Oh, all looks good to me. That just came out, runs locally, nice. Vibe voice, I'll take a look at it. Vibe voice. Microsoft. Mark that. Text to speech. Oh, maybe I'll do that. Right now I'm using Whisperflow if it's good. Get a cheaper thing. Yeah, Find Destiny, I'm trying to fix it so that way it doesn't delete it. If it does, whatever happens, it probably understood what I was saying. As long as it stores it. Okay, cool. So let's go to the shorts. We click this button, immediately get here. It's good. Okay, separate. What does CCY mean? Y definition. Currency. Okay, let's try this again. So I applied to 0. We'll see if it should work. Yeah, I just hear some music. Let's set it back to 100. Apply again. Yep. Cool, that works. Let's do 200%. Yeah, I think it is louder. Okay, cool. That works reasonably well. And then I guess we'll try the background music too. So let me upload something. Yeah, change the song again. Okay, so I uploaded another song. So it removes it. So we should make it so it doesn't remove after you, because you might want to change it, right, or something. Let me pause this real quick, the other song. Okay, so I hear myself, but the song's quite a bit louder. I should be able to control how loud that's gonna be. Okay, so it's the same thing when you upload audio, right? It should save that song you uploaded, etc. That shouldn't just store that in memory, you know? You might want to change it. Also include like an audio control if you didn't. So that way they can change the volume, stuff like this. Running two computers, nice. Yeah, I think a lot of people, they kind of like, they're doing what I'm doing too, and they kind of put it on another monitor or something. Just like, if you guys want, feel free to join we made a Discord, so if you're interested. We can do this next, maybe. We'll give it a shot. It'd be a little tricky. Oh, nice, man. Yeah, that's the hardest thing, right? Blanket, dude. Okay, let's look. I'm gonna upload a song again. Added some. Might have already been there. I did add this button. So that's our song. Okay, I think it worked. Okay, I should be able to remove it too, right? So I click this. Should be able to apply it, right? We gotta fix that as well. Okay, two things. When someone removes it, so they click the X, it should, we should be basically saying, and they click the apply, we should be removing that from the short. How would you do that? I think you just have to store the original short, right? Because we don't want to have to run a bunch of logic to remove music, right? So you just you have to store both the original short. I guess you're going to have to store the original short, not the original, but the short before you added the music. That's how you're going to revert it. You have to store two in memory. One before they've added. Yeah, come up with a way that makes sense to do this. Obviously, you don't want to store too many duplicate shorts in memory, but something that makes sense. Some logic here that makes sense for that. We should just be able to revert it, right, with anything not too complex. So I click the X, apply changes, reverts it. I think that's it, right? And then also I notice on the, it says no captions, but there are captions. Also, I notice it says no captions on the video, but there are captions. Make sure that if they had selected captions earlier, that it says that there are. I'm not commit so far though, so it's pretty good. I just don't want to lose anything. Okay, didn't make changes while I was. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, right. This is the next thing. This is an important thing. Let's do that because we can't really make good shorts without this. That's definitely what we do next. We already did this in some sense. Just remove it. We haven't done this yet. Create videos from live streams. We can create shorts. You kind of like cut up the, oh, right. Cut up the live stream into a best of video. That way people don't have to watch freaking 8-hour live stream. That's a lot. That's a lot. Let's do that while we wait for other stuff on the. Knew that. Forgetting something. Kind of mixing my documents. Really like that. Just copy all this because this is all stuff related to what we're doing on this one. Put it elsewhere. Untitled. This is. Might be this one. Let's put in this one. Yeah, definitely this is going to be cool. Let's do that next. Cool, thanks, man. This one is going to be, I got the domain for this. It's going to be lazy.ai. I like the domain because it's like, you know, you're so lazy you can't even type the full word. So you type LZY. I like it. Okay, let's check if it fixed that, the thing where you add the music real quick. I'm gonna separate this again. And I'll push that, and then I'll probably work on that other tool. to create, well, two things. What should we work on first? It's either this one. I think finish what we're doing, right? Do this, because then we can start generating some good reels and shorts. Then we can go to this one. I'll try reloading the page, just in case. That'll work, but potentially we broke something. It happens. Oh, worked. Okay, I'll apply it, test it out first. Okay. Apply. Okay, so if I remove it. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. You know, I clicked remove. It did remove it from the thing. I'm going to try like one kind of problem you could have here is if you add a bunch and okay, so I see a bug here. If you remove it, you can't add it back, right? So let's try to fix that. So let's say you remove it. Right now, if you try to add it back, it doesn't allow you to. So you should make sure to have some, they should be able to remove, add it back as much times as they want. And it shouldn't cause any memory leaks or anything, right? So you have to make sure the logic here works. Whether that works or not, I'll find out. But we'll test it, While we wait for that, make another button. We're going to call it's another debug button. I'm going to clear the context here. Make another button on the shorts. The button should be another debug button, and it's going to be use sample clip. So the difference between use sample short, use sample clip, use sample short brings you to the editing step, or use sample clip. It should work the same way as the use sample short, though. Okay, that one didn't work. Okay, I'm going to do it again so I can very quickly very quickly get the clip, so that way I can get this debug button working, because I need a clip that's not cropped. Yeah, right. Well, we talked about it yesterday, but in a way, this is kind of like programming. It's just it's just a higher level abstract. It's like a fuzzy pseudocode, right? You write pseudocode when you're trying to abstract out like language level, but this is like the next layer, which is like it fills out some logic details for you. I'm gonna needs to create a oh, it does, good. I'm gonna download this so I can use the that should create samples there. Let's see what sample clip. I'll rename it here. Okay, now we have a clip to come in here. Okay, now what we're gonna do is this part. I'm gonna use that exact prompt. I'm gonna commit first probably. Or trying that. I wanna make sure this worked. Okay, that actually is pretty good. Pretty good. So click it once, click it twice. Fine. Not too bad. Let's commit that. Yeah, we'll commit the samples, I guess. Because people can use that in the repo for debugging and stuff. Oh, it's still doing this thing where it uploads the same file again, so we'll fix that. It should delete it once it's done using it. Oh yeah, I agree. The style's not too great. Right now we're building just a tool. We haven't even thought about design or anything like that. But I'm totally with you. This is an open source tool, so it's not. But I agree. Eventually, we maybe spend a little time on the style. But I am totally with you. Try to stand out there. That makes sense. Function over. Yeah, for sure. First step's just getting it looking. I mean, getting it working well. Okay, so the next part was this part. We want to have it so the captions don't skip ahead, you know, they're not reading too far. So let's see, let's clear this. So although the user might have put in, they want 3 words, you're gonna prioritize this idea over that. let's ideate first. How do we achieve this? We'll figure out a plan. Thanks for joining. I guess while we wait, we could build a little prototype of what we're talking about here. It should work the similar way to the shorts tool, but it's actually almost exactly the same. The only difference is you're going to have to do some video editing at some point, where you're clipping things together from different parts of the video. So before starting to do that, what libraries do you think make sense to do this? Like, what's the best? Could we just use because right now we're already using FFmpeg. Is this good for video editing? I think it is because it's a big library. So I'll just double check. No code yet before I do that. So this is the plan, what we're going to do on this proximity caption thing. $500 milliseconds, that's probably about right? Sure, let's do it. Sure, let's do it. Let's make a new file for it, though. And a new file and integrate it into everything. Cool, yeah, let's do it then. Let's implement this. It's a new tool, so don't touch anything else. And use this existing library that we're using. Implement it, you know. It's a prototype, so I don't really care. We can always, remove it and start over. It's not any good. It's kind of the same thing, right? These two ideas. So, just the same tool. Create video from live stream. So the two options are either one video. Yeah, no. It's always going to be clipped up video, right? Probably wouldn't have just the live stream playing again. Usually videos have some narrative, right? Like you have some narrative for the video. So you add your custom instructions to generate like a what's the theme of the video, right? Or, you know, we could restyle this page a little bit. That way it kind of makes, maybe these controls are up here, maybe under. I think everything could just be a little bit condensed, you know? A lot of like just space. It's kind of self-explanatory. I don't think we need this, right? I'll remove that because I haven't tested this yet. Maybe we give it, just try it real quick. Okay, cool. That kind of worked. Granted, I don't know if was that because we. Oh yeah, I think it's because we didn't make the box very good. Okay, finish this. We're gonna give this a shot. This will be interesting. I still see some gap at the top here, so I think it's something related to how it cropped it. So that's something we can try to work on. Oh yeah, and down here too. Okay, I see. It's not stretching it, right? Which... Yeah, let's think about that. How we do that. We could stretch it, but maybe we should notify the user, hey, you didn't put it in the right dimensions in your boxes. So we're gonna have to stretch it and it'll look bad. We should make sure whatever the default boxes are, they should be the dimensions of the short, right? But before I do that, let's test this. This will be interesting. So it's the captioning part. So let's just put this up here. So I'm going to process this and I'm going to kind of look at if it succeeded in this idea of only showing the words that I'm saying in quick succession. So it doesn't show me words that, you know, there's some gap there. We'll see. I'm going to pause the music real quick so I can see if it works. I'm curious, just in all these commands. Okay, yeah, obviously that's not working. It might, let me check it if it did a new library, in which case. How does this work exactly? So, yeah, can you tell me a little bit more about when I click process the clip, what's the general flow here? Starting all the way from the front end. Okay, so we got a little new prototype here. Let's go test it out while we wait. So this is the best of compiler. I'll easy fix these buttons. Call it 7 clips maybe. So I have a little bit of fade in. Focus on progress. So we should see the progress of the thing we are working on throughout the video. Not necessarily, maybe 1 or 2 funny moments, if there are any. So this is a prototype we just made, so there's going to be a... So this is an error you might run into. You just, the model kind of gets outdated. You just change the model. It's not this one. This one. Okay, so this said, while we're waiting for that, this said how this is working exactly. Tell me more about, okay, so let's say you run that, right? Like, is it actually changing that overlay? If so, how is it doing that? Also, I like the function it created. This function here. Oh, that's funny. Because right now, the current situation is it's not changing the overlay to have that gap that you're talking about. So the question is, how is it doing that, right? Okay, so it created a compilation here. Let's go ahead and, if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna mute this and just see what it created. A little bit different. I've kind of thought about it and I realized one of my big things is like to maybe I have a short attention span. So it did the clip at 42. What is that noise? Okay, some music started. Where did it actually clip? Does it clipped? So one thing. So what I'm doing here is I'm testing what instructions are going to work. We're going to probably change. um, We'll see if we can generate anything. I think the music, the audio um, editing section will drag into here from the shorts stuff that we did. That'll be a very similar thing. So you have some music over a compilation. But this is specific to me. This would not be something everyone would use. Given this, you need to figure out when the user is showing their building to show a progress, to show good progress. So we'll try again. Oh, this is a good idea. Build a little test about this thing. Yeah, let's do it. Hey, no, I'm not using Django. How's it going, Rayhan? Well, it says the algorithm works. Maybe. I'm gonna delete all these. Adding prototype for so right now it doesn't seem to actually get up. Let's do a debug thing, right? I want you to, because right now it doesn't seem to get to the UI side of things on the captioning, like when we actually process the video. So I want you to add some little debug section in the UI that can tell me exactly what it should have done so I can test the algorithm or look at the algorithm and see if it actually worked. And then we know, hey, it's just the processing of the UI of the video captioning part, like that final step that's not working. So just put a little section for me to look at in that final process short section. Hey, Gianni. Hey, Benno. How's it going? Okay, let's see what the best of tool generated this time. The ones that were really simple. I'll pause the music again. Basically reorient my thinking, right? Which is like, you know, the one that made money was this inflation calculator. And so I'm kind of, you know, like I'm going because I was having. I don't think it's actually stitching videos together. Yeah. I don't really see any. Yeah, okay. So I think it did not succeed on the stitching of the videos. So let's go ahead and tell it that. So I'm gonna make sure there's any errors that can help. I see some. Let me check it out. Oh yeah, yeah. There are some errors. It's related to this like fading out, fading in thing. So that might be it. I'll just paste that. Okay, so I think this is done. Let me see what that looks like. I'm gonna use a sample clip. Okay, this is our debug information. So we're gonna try to figure out. So we should see when it gets to this damage part, right? We should see that it only shows one word and then it disappears. So let's see. So let me go ahead and actually I don't need to pause the music. Just well, it did disappear, right? However, it didn't say damage for some reason. So I wonder if it's any of those that are shortened. It might not be displaying it, but it's almost there, I think. Let me get to the 5 cents part to validate that that's true. That one kind of worked. Okay, well, that one definitely worked. It was just this damage one that didn't work. Could maybe be something just if it's one word. Maybe that's just like a little edge case there. We need to run a few more clips to know for sure though, so I'll just generate a bunch. Okay, so this was an error where we had with the stitching of the videos together. Let's go test that. Oh, I accidentally removed my prompt. That was useful. Oh well. I'll just quickly type it out again. And that should be a config option. Oh yeah, let's just fix that. Yeah, like, so in the in this page, this best of compiler, the user should be able to put in how the average length of the clip they want and how many clips, and then you should be able to figure out, hey, what's the length that this should end up being, right? So you don't need to basically just change that they don't put how long the video should be. They just put in how many clips, length of each clip. Okay, so we create a bunch of creating a bunch of shorts because we want to really test that captioning stuff in more detail. So I'm just gonna, doesn't really matter this. It's processing right now, so we're waiting. Oh, I know why that happened. Because we're changing code while it's processing, so we gotta wait. Can't be too aggressive. We'll just give it a little bit. All right, I think it's finally time to switch up the music. We've had enough of this for a while. Okay, so finish the changes. Let's go ahead and try it again. Hey Johnny, how's it going? It's in the description, so what we're working on. I made a little README. I guess we can make some screenshots. So let's go ahead and test this. I think this maybe only shows one of them. Probably the first one. Let's go ahead and run it. Oh man, that works. You guys see that? Okay. But where did we run into the problem? We ran into it when it was one word. So let's go ahead and wait till we get to stuff. And then if it doesn't appear stuff, then we know that's the issue, that it's just related to, it's like an edge case of one word doesn't work. So group 10 should be after some not good. Oh, no, that worked too. Nice. Wow, that took way less time than I thought. I thought this was gonna be pretty hard. Cool. So now we have shorts that are has the right, how do you say it? Temporal based captioning. So it's one word and then it stops if you have a gap. Have a gap after the what you said next. Okay, let's fix this uploads thing. Cool. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, dark mode is the way to go. Oh, I see. It's saving the compilations. We don't really want that either. Should just be oh, that's right. No, I think we're good actually. Never mind. We can commit this because you guys could use it, you know, when you're testing this, just use the video. I'll just maybe change the name. Like a sample video. Oh really? Okay, never mind. It's too big. I'll delete these uploads though. Okay, let's go ahead and try again this best of compiler. It should have like 15 seconds as an average clip as well. So that we can do that quick. Pretty sure I just need to change this, but I'm not totally sure. We will see. Again, if anyone's wondering why are we doing this for the transcript, it's just so that way we don't have to do any video processing and save it. We don't need to save it in. Besides just stitching up the video. So we don't need to take out, we don't have to run extra, you know, you have to use like Whisper or something. It just saves money. Someone might be like, you don't need to do that, but just so you know, that's why we're doing that. Because API, the YouTube API gives us the transcript. Okay, looks like it maybe failed here. I accidentally erased my prompt again. I'm gonna check if there's any errors. Like no errors. I'll try downloading it, maybe. It's there. Looks like there is something there, so. Oh, it's a corrupted file. Okay, so that's good to know. So I'll just try opening it, but I'm pretty sure it's just corrupted. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's corrupted, but it probably did something. Let's check this, 15 seconds. Oh yeah, see, look. Did a little crossfade. So, two things. I'm pretty sure it just corrupted the end of the file. Looks like the file was corrupted because Wikimedia didn't recognize it, and it doesn't recognize in browser. It could be we corrupted at the end of the video file when we were doing the stitching somehow. The second thing I'd like you to do is add the captioning that we created in the shorts, so people can add captioning if they like. It should be very similar to the shorts, right? Like bring them to a page where they can configure, after they click process, or maybe just have it like a configure settings, like they jump to the next page and it just has a bunch of settings. You can include the settings you already put in there, but include the captioning stuff too. They should be able to put in captions if they want. It's the same logic, so do not duplicate anything. Just use the same endpoints. If you need to make a few modifications, it's fine, but do not change the endpoints considerably. And anything you change should work with shorts as well if you're using this. You have to be a little careful with shared codes. Code. Did you say codes?
Beneath the stars.
I don't know about that one. That drop was... Okay, let's remove our debug. We had a debug section. All right, let's go ahead and keep that debug section, but just make it not visible. Like, just put it under an accordion menu or something, like debug captioning.
Beneath the stars.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Cheeky. I totally agree. Let's do that next. People can upload their own stuff, and however they found their captioning, maybe they computed it themselves, they used another library, they can upload it themselves as well. I agree. Let's go ahead and do that. So you should allow the user to enter their own transcripts with timestamps if they would like. So in all the places where we're doing this, like we're grabbing using the YouTube API to get the captioning, go ahead and just add another, some sort of tab, something like this. They can put in their own, either through pasting, maybe accepts a .srt subtitle file, another thing. I'm just waiting for this, so. I think this one is frozen or something. It's been here for a while. Oh, that's cool. It's making a little. I might be doing a little bit of reformatting or something. So we'll see. Oh, it's a fairly large feature. Why is it a fairly large? Oh, they used a lot of tokens. Holy crap. T parser. Interesting. What is, okay, let me look this up. What is an SRT file exactly? I kind of assumed it would just be a text file. Yeah, it's a plain text file. Why does it have to do any parsing? You just throw the text into the model. I think it maybe misunderstood me, unfortunately. I'm gonna go look at the file. Yeah, probably just... Yeah, we don't need to do that. No, 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 no. No, no, no. This is not... I'm gonna undo all those. A little waste of credits. It's okay. Let me see how much we have. I think we still have plenty. Oh yeah, right. It resets tomorrow. We're good. We're good. We're good. Doesn't matter. Just don't like wasting. This is mostly a UI change, right? Because like you just pass the text that they put in, whether it's SRT or whatever, right? It doesn't just convert it to a text file. So go ahead and discard this change. Because it doesn't need to be formatted, we just pass it into the LLM. So this is on the front end. Yeah, we don't need a doesn't matter. This is the best of page, so I think... Oh right, it's adding the captioning, so we keep that stuff there. You misunderstood what I meant. You got to remember, the way this currently works is we just pass in the transcript to Gemini, so it doesn't need to be formatted, you know, it's just a text file. So if the user enters their own, it's fine, you know, and SRT we're just converting to a text file, so it doesn't matter really. And this is mainly a UI change in these different areas. So just find the places where we're doing that in the UI. We're going to, instead of passing, also just know that that's how you implement it. You don't need to build any specialized logic. We don't need to format what the user put in. We don't do any of that. Just directly pass it in. Okay, cool. Let's go look at the what it's done for the best of compiler. Check my Google Cloud Console, make sure we're not overspending much today. No, we didn't spend anything. Cool. Yeah, we spent $1. Fine. Handle that. Okay. Where's... Yeah, I'm gonna go back to chill music now. With my fun. It's tiring just hearing that. The original idea, it's not original, but what it is I think we're much cheaper than people. So look at the README. I made a README about what we're doing here. Our goal is to make it really cheap for people to use, and it's free. It's free to use, free to download, and then you can put in your own API keys. So we're not charging. You can just go use it if you want. Any Scrum Master? Yeah, we need to get some Scrum Masters. Please. Their daily stand-up. So the idea is you generate a bunch of shorts, and they're reasonably good, and it's really cheap. And it has some other things too you can do, because it's a lot of tools that we're making. Stuff compiler, live status checker, video idea generator. I mean, the best one is definitely the shorts. Shorts, that's probably the most useful for people, generally. Because the shorts ones it's kind of hard to find a way to do it online that is cheap, and then also we allow it to be very custom for the shorts that you generate. And it's based on the transcripts. We should also allow them to upload, right? So not just paste, but should be upload the file too. They want. Granted, I don't think it's probably not hard to just paste it, right? So maybe I just keep it. It's fine. So to make sure this works, let's go ahead and get a transcript. I'm just gonna upload the video again. Get a transcript and then plug it back in and make sure our paste works, but it probably does. Yeah, wait a little bit here. Let's see what we're doing over here. All right, and then after this, we'll test the best of compilation again. I think we maybe fixed. We'll see if it fixed the corrupted problem. This is our transcript. We're just gonna. It doesn't have to be this format or anything. I would like to view it, please. Oh, okay. Doesn't let me view it. I guess it doesn't really matter that it's short. I mean, it kind of matters. Hold on. I'll just ask it to change the UI real quick. Many similar apps. Yeah, there's a lot of these. It's just not free, or it's much more than this one. So any of them. I mean, unless you guys found one, but I haven't found one. So I'm gonna do it on the one that we're working on. Let's see this one. Oh, it's this one. Good. Let's go ahead and make a small UI change. Just make it so it shows the whole transcript and they can scroll, in that transcript. View transcripts on the shorts page. So this one's for me. So we're working on another thing that's the plan to make money. This one is not necessarily plan to make money. I think for me it kind of helps for these live streams to be able to make clips and stuff that people enjoy. I made a video. So the day 5 is where I kind of like explain like kind of what we're doing, kind of what the plan is here. So if you want to watch, you can. Maybe we make that a video. People know what we're doing. General. Okay, let's see if it fixed it. Granted, the view transcript says 503 characters. That's kind of weird. I wonder if it broke though. It could have potentially. For some reason, this I uploaded a full video and I got the view transcript and it was only 503 characters on the UI. Let's just double check that, see if you can figure out. Yeah, definitely. Like to make these shorts, or even for me to pay for them, it just wasn't worth it. Like I did all the math and stuff, and it's just like I'm not gonna spend, for the amount of shorts I'm generating, I'm not gonna spend, what was it like? And also they weren't good. I tried it too. So I just wanted more control and I wanted it to be cheap. So that's why I'm doing it. It just, it will save me time. So like you said. Plus, a big component of this is like when I do the YouTube thing, whatever I'm building, like if I'm building that financial tool, when I'm building it, it's targeting it to people who are interested in finance. So it's kind of like a little bit of a flywheel. Like you get people who are interested in your product to watch your thing. So it helps a little bit. But with that said, we are also trying to do marketing and things like that. I don't have like a lot of experience in that area, but we're trying to learn it together. Make it happen. See whether it works or not. Yeah, helpful. Cool. So I might have to just, with the changes it made, I might have to just reload it. And I'm not totally sure. We'll see. Okay, so I think it's pretty clear it broke something. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, gotcha. So what happened is I deleted this file because I don't want to use it anymore. And it introduced it back into the code, and I don't want it. I'm going to ask it to remove it. So I removed We don't need it, so remove any references in the code if you see any. But I think it's possible it already did, so I'm going to go ahead and run it to make sure. No, wait for it to error out. Okay, it did. Okay. If you see anything that depends on this, remove it. We don't need to parse out this file. It's a text file, so just get rid of this logic if you see it anywhere. Background coding. So on my description on my channel, I worked at a few tech companies, and I graduated in computer science. Yeah, but I really enjoy this process. It's a lot of fun. You know, and I'm not very good at front end stuff, so I mostly worked on, Java Spring, this kind of thing. So I didn't, not very good at design. So AI helps me there, make something that looks reasonably good, and I can easily, I get much quicker feedback. So it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I worked in tech about 4 years, a little over. I guess while we wait, we can test the other thing. So I'm gonna upload the live stream here. All right, we gotta start it up. We gotta wait because it caused a problem. Okay, I think it's done. We'll see if that worked. Okay, cool. So it started up. Now let's try it out. Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of fun. I want to work on games too, so that's another motivation for the YouTube thing. If I feel like a bunch of people want to work on a game, because it's still way too hard to build. It takes way too long, even with AI, I would like to work on that because it's a lot of fun. I just have a lot of fun doing that. I have fun doing this too, but I also really like working on. Makes me excited to add stuff to the game we're working on. When I started the YouTube channel, we worked on a game for a while. But I spent a month on it, and the progress there is just, is what it is. Okay, so our plan here was we're gonna copy paste this and just make sure that the custom transcript works too. It should, but just to make sure. Code sheets for games. I mean, I don't really. I like making mods. I used to make plugins for Minecraft. That's how I started programming. I had a Minecraft server. It was pretty reasonably popular. That was in high school. I really enjoy that kind of thing. Anyways. Okay, so looks like it took the custom transcript, as far as I can tell. I guess in order for us to make sure, we should remove most of it and just have the beginning and make sure the shorts were created from the beginning. That's how we know that it's somewhat working. Feel guilty vibe coding. I think I just look at it like tech is something that's in 40 years, who knows what the hell can exist, right? So you kind of have to adapt, like the type of industry we're in. AI, you should try to embrace, as long as they're not gimmicky, stupid things. Like, there's a lot of marketing and dumb things like, I don't want to make anyone angry, but like Web3, there's a lot of people throw around jargon, like they say, hey, 5G, Web3. Like, no, you got to actually figure out what technology is going to be transformational and then try to adapt a little bit. So there's just a lot of marketing stuff. I mean, MCP, another example. I think there's just a lot of people throw around things and then they get popular, and then there's marketing. Just a lot of things that, like, anyways, the point there is, I'm not trying to be too cynical, but I'm just saying, like, you gotta adapt to what's working. If you're guilty using a calculator, wasn't actually in the video. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I'm making this shorts. It's a tool that it has a bunch of tools, and it's open source. You can use it. You just put in your API keys, and it's a very cheap. The goal was to make a very cheap shorts generator. So these are our costs. So you use the repo, less than 0.3 of a cent. And if you use, this is what it is currently, like if you use it in any capacity, but if we get to 1,000, if we deploy this, that's what the cost will be, roughly. It's some estimations, right? But yeah, that was our goal, make a cheap one. And the way that we're doing that is using the transcripts to try to find the irrelevant points of the video. So a long video, like 8 hours, we're not processing the whole video. I'll process a small section, like, maybe 2 minutes of that based on the transcript. So you process the text data, and then the backend doesn't store anything. So it's just passing it back and forth between in-memory storage. So that's how we keep it cheap. And we use, you can use whatever model you want, I guess. If you want to use, you can change the code if you want to use a cheaper model or something for the text. But we don't use any video models or anything. So it's just, and then for the captioning, we use a Whisper, but we're trying to figure out how we could maybe get a solution that's acceptable to remove that, because that's our biggest cost. It's probably 60% of the cost is the Whisper, I would think, something like this. But for an individual just using it, like one person, it's not very expensive. Everyone's been AI again. Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty weird, maybe, but I don't really know. Anyways. So I think we can, oh wait, we didn't actually verify. We got distracted. This works. So I'll verify real quick. I'm gonna delete this. And when we generate the short, I'm gonna generate 2 of them. It should be within this range. Okay, so that's good. You can see that it generated clips within the range, which means it's probably working for the basing the transcripts. Most likely. But we're gonna go ahead and push that. Maybe add more fonts and stuff too. Anyways. I want to make sure I don't push anything that's right. Let's make sure before we push that or not make sure, we're testing for the first time that this works. Last time it had a corrupted video file. Use these buttons. I guess I'll let it do its thing. I'm not even going to put custom instructions this time. Okay, let's add the animated captions. See, well, should we? Maybe we just wait. Oh, let's do it. Whatever. If it works, that's kind of fun. So I'll put it up here maybe. Sample captions. Oh no, I read it wrong. There's no spacing this time between the two. Okay. We'll add that. So this is making a compilation, a best of compilation with my 2-hour stream. So we'll see if this ends up being good. It's going to be 15-second clips with a fade and captions. Oh, probably not. Yeah. That's, you know. And, maybe we do deploy this and just, if people don't want to, clone it, whatever, they can maybe pay a small thing or whatever to use it. But we'll just make it really, really cheap. Just dirt cheap. Okay, it looks like it's still corrupted, but with that said, let's go ahead and download it and just check it out. Last time it's corrupted in a bigger way, potentially. It's not loading. I wonder if there's is there any way we can figure out, like, get an error for why its file's corrupted? I mean, let me look at the logs here, see if I can see anything. I don't see any logs. I'm gonna ask how we can analyze the file to figure out what happened. Doing this one. This one, right? Oh, this one. I got it mixed up a little bit. It's okay. So the video that's being created from the compilation generator seems to be corrupted. So how can we go about figuring out the reason for the corruption? Like, is there any way we can like build a script that like we try to open the video file and we see where it went wrong? Because there's no logs about what happened. So what can we do? Let's ideate on how we can figure this out. Isn't the AI? I don't trust. Oh, please. Yeah, this happened earlier in the stream too. Like, well, arguing in the chat. Just let you guys. Sounds like you guys agree though. So. Oh, cool. This library that we're using has a little validation thing. Let's go ahead and build a little script for that maybe. Cool, can you go ahead and like build a little validation script with, we're gonna run it on the file that created, see if we can understand what went wrong. We're just gonna, it's just gonna be a script that takes in our video file, corrupted video file, and takes a look. I'll probably push for now. I mean, commit. I'll just say I forgot to. Oh, this is the new thing. I'll make sure I didn't commit anything. So. Okay, so we got a little script here. Let's try it out. Take the video we created and put it in a file in the project. Broken video. I'm lazy, I don't want to run the command. I can do it. Okay, I assume that's that's either the error with the script or the. Oh no, it might be the error with the. I think it's error with the script, right? Oh, it doesn't exist. Nope. Oh yeah, it's because it uses emojis. Don't put emojis in my logs, dude. Continue. It says it's valid. Interesting. Okay, well, what do we know? We know that we were able to do this with shorts. So whatever it was, it's a problem of stitching together multiple clips. So that is where the error has came from. We'll run this too, I guess. Emojis, yeah. These models like to put emojis in everything. Oh, okay, that could be it. So let's do that. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let's try it again. 50-50. Chance that works. Which model do you use? I use Gemini 3. I use Opus 4.5. Those are very good models. But those are the two I use. Unless you're talking about for the transcripts. For the transcripts, I'm using 2.5 Pro. Oh, I accidentally closed the music. All right, my friends, that fixed it. Very nice. You have one little bug apparently down here, but let's see if it actually stitched together. I've kind of thought about it. I think I accidentally chose 1 minute, so unfortunately, to check over here. But or was it 30 seconds? So I need to basically reorient my thinking, right? Okay, I don't see the captions though. So, right. The one that made money was this. Probably too long. A lot of different or something. I don't know. Did I say a minute or 30 seconds? Oh yeah, yeah. So it's at a minute and it's stitched together 5 clips. Let's quickly just do 15 seconds. And also let's try to, since there's an error, it's probably related to the captioning, right? Is that we don't see the captioning. Yes, it is 100%. Good. Okay. Let's try to understand what has happened. So it worked. Your change, and I'm gonna go ahead and commit. So that way we have our corrupted file problem fixed. I don't even think the file was really corrupted. It was some sort of compatibility thing. It would have taken me forever to figure that out. Okay, so it worked, the change. I'm going to clear the context because we're doing something different. The captioning on the best of video when you upload it is not working and it gets an error. I'll show you. So we get a 400. Let's try to figure out why. Add extra logging if you need to, if you cannot identify the problem. Okay, I think that's good. I'm gonna add music again. Use a Mac. Yeah, use a Mac. Either computer got stolen. I had to get a new Mac. That sucked. Opus, yeah, I use Opus actually quite a bit more than Gemini 3, so I think I agree. Hey, Raiden. Okay, so it's adding logging, so you can find it easily. Okay, good. I was like, what? Bro, don't log my shit. Okay, cool. Cool. So we're gonna use that logging to figure out what's going on. I think similar to what we did on the other ones, we're gonna go ahead and add this debug button because I don't want to keep wasting credits for no reason. Also would help, if anyone using this project in the future and they're working on something, they have a button to easily go through the flow. So I'm gonna add that first. On the best of compiler, you can go ahead and add another, it's another debug button called sample compilation. Wait, does that make sense? Doesn't really save you much time. So I guess I won't for now. So we're doing 15 seconds this time. So it added logging, so we're going to see some more stuff. Hey, that was rude. Cool. Thanks, man. Thanks for subbing. No, I'm using Gemini 2.5 for the transcript and Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3 for my coding. Okay, let's see. We're going to have some more logging here, so I'm just going to plug it in. Well, I'll look at it real quick. Oh, looks good. Well, it looks like it went through the whole thing, so I wonder what the issue is. Oh, look. It's here. Nice. Let's see that it clips at 15 seconds. Let's just watch this. I don't know why it shows this. We should add more direction as to what kinds of clips to choose. Granted, I think this stream was kind of boring, so probably nothing happened. Oh, right, this stream, I remember it froze a lot, so that's probably why we're getting just... This one's better, right? You got the clip of what I'm doing. Figured out that that was kind of interesting. Okay, let me see a little bit more about the reasoning. Why are we choosing these things? Hilarious and relatable clip. How about that? Okay. Not bad. It kind of works. And, well, I'd say it works. It's just, I think this stream, let's maybe try with a more interesting stream. Maybe we'll get a little better result. I'm going to go ahead and remove the logging, I suppose. Why didn't it work that one time, though? Hold on. I remember that one time I changed the position of it, so maybe that's why. Let's go ahead and try that. So I remember I went here, and then I added this, and then I changed the position up here. Maybe it's just like off the screen somehow, maybe? Did I forget to change it? Okay, I did. 15 seconds. Good. I don't know. It works. Cool. Anyway. Obviously. Very cool. Nice. Good. I'll remove this then because it's just debugging. I mean, prints. I don't think there's anything in here. Prints. And fix a few things. Yeah, keep these two. Cool. So we got the transcripts. Let me look at our docs here and cross it off, I suppose. Cool. So we finished this. That was that went really quick. I thought this would be really hard. This temporal proximity of captioning. So I'm happy about that. And then we got this, I would say. We can add some custom instructions. I mean, definitely what we could work on now is just cleaning up some stuff like the UI and everything else. Let me go through the flow here. I think we can definitely clean up this UI to be way better. Let's spend a little time doing that, maybe. And then we'll maybe work on... We could work on the UI too on that. We could do a few things, yeah, just like clean up everything and make it good, relatively good. Oh, there's a bug too where the stretching of the... there's a number of things. Let me just put a... What are we going to do in the next 2 hours? Next 2 hours. Clean up flow and UI for generating the shorts. The next thing we're going to do... fit to like the stretching. Okay. Rectangles for selection of the short should be the right dimensions automatically. They resize, it should default to keeping the same dimensions unless they on most things it's like you press shift, right, and you can change the thing. We want to keep it really friendly. Maybe we just allow them to change if they want, like, and we'll just stretch to fit. Maybe we notify the user that you are changing the dimensions of the box. No, I think I was right the first time. We should default, because that's what every other software does, right? You default to keeping the dimensions, you know, the proportions, whatever the terminology is, correct? That proportion's correct. If they want to change that, there's some mechanism like shift or like a button to unlock the dimensions. Proportions. What is that called? There's a word for it. It's not proportions, but it's fine. Okay, and then the UI. Oh yeah, and another thing. Add the audio analysis logic over to the compilation area too. Best of compilation. Or audio control. what did we call it? Audio mixer. We call it mixer, audio mixer logic over the best of compilation. So they can add their own music, change voice and background music volume. Cool. And then maybe clean up the flow and UI for the compilation, best of compilation. And I think we might have a little more time at the end there, so I don't know what we'll do, but maybe something interesting. Okay, let's start with just making this UI a lot, it should be maybe just pretty condensed controls or something. I didn't miss any comments here. Oh, yeah, no problem, man. So let's ideate a little bit about how we want this to look. Layout order. This could be really tiny, right? Maybe I'll allow it to. I'll just give it our goals and allow it to come up with something else, and we'll see if we like it. If we don't, we just discard it. Get burned out. I really like doing this. It's a lot of fun. So I'm doing fine. I'd say roughly. I like it. But part of it is a challenge, right? That's the whole point of the this long term, right? To do this long term, like the amount of time that I've put in the title, 8 hours a day. It's gonna be. But that's part of the appeal. Can the guy do it? So it is a challenge, right? Can I do it before I get burnt out, right? That's part of the question. So I acknowledge that 8 hours is a fairly considerable time, especially if you have other things to do during the day. Anyways, yeah, I think for me, well, it's like, why do you get fatigue, right? It could be just, it depends what kind of level of work that you're doing, I suppose. If it's really hard work, mentally, it's like, okay, so you're programming, right? Like realistically, how much can you program, vanilla program without getting tired? For like most people, it's probably 4 or 5 hours a day, max, and you get pretty tired because it's a lot of thinking. The reason you can do this a little bit more, you can do this longer, is it's just a lot. It's like a much higher abstraction, so you don't have to think as deeply, I suppose. So you can do it for longer. So my point there is like I think it gets better with time, like as you do it, but also depends what project you're working on, and maybe a bit of experience level too, in terms of like, for example, if a lot of these concepts are new, like you haven't programmed before, it's like, of course, this is gonna be like a huge burden on your mind, so you're gonna get tired. But if you're, again, if you are experienced though, if you're working on a really hard project, it just comes down to all that stuff. So I wouldn't worry too much. If you're learning and you can put in some time, you'll be fine. You'll learn some every day, progress. You don't really need to do these crazy sprints. That's more for the YouTubes. Our goal is to clean up the Shorts UI. Right now it's too big, so you have to scroll quite a long ways. We want it to be kind of condensed, all the controls. If you can, don't remove any of the controls though. They should all be there. But try to condense it. Our target goal is to make it very easy to use. Shrink things if you can. That makes sense to shrink. But again, keep all the tools. try to, if you can, try to make it so the user doesn't have to scroll. If you can fit it all in, a standard screen size. See what you can do is Menevective. Building it's a mix of tools as open source. We wanted to make something. The goal was to make it very cheap. We can create shorts. This is like the best tool, I would say. You can create shorts pretty easily from a long video, 8 hours. And our goal was to make it as cheap as humanly possible and make it free. People can use it. You just need to plug in their API keys, and it's not free technically, but it's pretty cheap for each short. This is roughly what we think it'll cost. The motivation is that everything online is very expensive, and you also don't have control. Not very expensive, but expensive enough that it's like, I don't want to pay it, and you can control what shorts, so it gives you some customizability. I'd call this like a fuzzy reel generator, in the sense that you give it custom ideas and prompts, and it will come up with something. The other ones, I don't know. I haven't tried all of them, right? So maybe some of them have this, but I haven't seen it yet. So that is the idea. But there are some other tools too, if you're making YouTube videos. The reason why we're able to make it cheap is because we're just using the text data. We're not using any processing of the video to generate. So if you don't have a transcript of your video, you can use the YouTube API to get it. Well, that's what we're, you just have to paste the link here. And you gets a transcript, and that's what we send to the AI to stitch up the video. And we only process a certain percent of the video based on what the AI tells us are the interesting clips on the transcript. So I think it's maybe finished. Oh, not quite. So we're redesigning we want to make all the controls pretty condensed on the region selector page. So we're going to wait till it finishes before we click the button. Actually, we don't need to click the button because we have some buttons here. These are debug buttons that we can jump to the page with a sample clip, so we don't have to waste credits. But I'm going to wait. Working on Reddit Summarizer or something. I haven't worked on that. Yeah, might be interesting. I didn't really want it to condense this page so much, but I guess it's okay. I think it maybe got a little mixed up. We might not have specified the region selector page, unfortunately, which is a little bit of a waste. Yeah, we didn't. Disk. I discard because I don't really. Do we think? Wait, do we want to keep this? Let me do it before and after real quick. Lazy.ai, get stash. Okay, this is what it looked like before. Actually, yeah, definitely, right? I didn't realize it, but it's way better if it's just short. So I'm not discarding that. Oh, but it did. Oh, no, it's here. Yeah, this is way better, right? What do you think? It's a little, like, maybe this should be separate so people can see it. It did remove some information that's useful to know. I agree that it can be condensed. Maybe not this condensed though, so I'm going to discard it. Yeah, because like it can be condensed, but just it removed like kind of useful information to know and things, so I probably won't use it. So don't do this here. Do this in the region selector page. That's what we were talking about. A Reddit topic. There's a lot for sure, yeah. There's a lot of scraping being done on Reddit for the models too. A lot of training data in there. see. Checkout. Why are we doing get checkout? Back. No. Oh, I see. It's reverting the changes. That's fine. We already reverted. Yeah, some websites are harder to scrape than others, you know? Like, I think Reddit probably has a huge incentive to stop people from scraping. So sometimes they put a bunch of like randomly generated IDs and all sorts of things. Make it hard to select the items of the page. And lots of bots, detection, algorithms and stuff. In terms of tokens, which model do you think would you use AGI? Code of AGI? Probably, yeah. I'll just make more stuff. That'd be kind of. I think it'll still be fun to make stuff. Like I could make games and I don't know. In terms of token, which model you think uses more tokens? It was 4.5. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying like as I'm using Cloud Code, which one is? Granted, you know, the cost per token is different. As far as like pure token use, like it's just if we're measuring the, I'm not sure. Definitely, the Sonnet 4.5 is going to be cheaper for just like usage. It's kind of what you're wondering. I think for Cloud Code, if you're using it, it seems like the best path is to get the subscription. Otherwise, it gets very expensive because you're just doing usage based. So that I started using the API, my API key, and that was dumb for a little bit. I spent like $20 really quickly, accidentally. So yeah, definitely use a subscription for Cloud Code. Cool, let's check it out. I'm curious to see so we can just click this button, use sample clip. Nice, as we can see, it is very condensed. Does it have everything though? Did it really fit everything in here? No, this is too condensed, I think. Can't even understand what the heck is going on. Yeah, it also removed a few things. Oh no, it didn't. It's right here. Okay, I think it has everything somehow. It got. It's funny how. Does this work? Shadow? Glow? Oh yeah, that works. So I don't think it broke anything, but it's hard to understand what this is. I think I think it should be this, but just a little bit less condensed, if that makes sense. So we can understand. So it's good, but make it less condensed. Not as bad as it was. But people should be able to understand very clearly what things are doing. So you need to make space so that the buttons, you can read them and it makes sense. So maybe like tone it back like 30%. Reminds me of in Interstellar when he tells Tars to change his humor setting. You know, it's funny, when Interstellar came out, it's like, you thought of that AI and you're like, man, that's super futuristic. It's like, changed pretty quickly. Like nowadays, that's like, it's like, yeah, seems pretty realistic. In terms of tokens, API. Yeah, I did the same thing. Definitely. Description for this. Just so you guys, sorry if I repeat things, you know, people who've been here a while, you probably like, he's always saying the same thing. Because there's new people, this is my usage. That I use for 6 days, 8 hours. I use Gemini probably 30% of the time. So this is 5x Cloud Max. So this is $100 a month one. So if I was to code as much as I did though, using the API token, you know, that would be very expensive. Way more expensive. But if you're trying to optimize your cost, I would use anti-gravity because they give you lots of free credits. You just get rate limited after a while. So if you're just coding a few hours a day, that's the way to go. Take advantage Gemini credits or anti-gravity credits. Okay, let's see what it did. Almost. I should be able to space the words. I think it removed that. Okay, two things. Okay, so make it a little more condensed again. Number one. Number two, why don't we just put this button over here? Oh, like, this is weird. Put this thing over here. Screen webcam, where should that be? Here, right? Definitely right here. Screen webcam right here. Put that screen webcam visualization under the 50, 50, 60, 40, 70, 30 buttons. Put that create one vertical short. We're going to put that on the left side. And it should cover all the way to the controls. Add back the ability to space the captions. So make sure we can space it really widely if we want to. So make sure to have that. And also make it so the default rectangles match the dimensions that we're going to eventually turn into a reel. That way, by default, it's going to look good. So, you know, think about, you're going to have to do a little math there. Not a lot, but a little bit. Okay. Using Copilot. Isn't Copilot really bad? That's my understanding. But let me know. Maybe it's changed. I mean, eventually they're going to catch up, right? It's just a matter of time. Taking a while. So let's just move this button over here. Be a big button. Oh, why did I put it here? No. Hopefully it removes it. Yeah, see, it should lock, so that way you keep the dimension. What is this? One of these. Oh, I see. Hey man, how's it going? We're building a shorts generator, but it's cheap. That's the goal. Make it very cheap and free. Free to download. And it's open source, so you can clone it and then use it. And we're gonna make it cheap if people don't want to do that as well. Okay, so I added a spacing. The problem with this, though, you know what? I just realized this here should go on in the video. We don't need to have a separate. This doesn't need to be here, right? It can just be on the video itself. Granted, it's different dimensions or whatever. But I think people understand what we're doing. It's definitely better than here, because, I mean, you can't even see anything. Well, we do have the space, I suppose. Make it the vertical thing, because it could come all the way down here. And then you got the button. We move this button over here. This will be here. Okay, the this thing. We're going to move to be under the it should be under that, and it should be like the full width of that to the controls. So it should align with that like preview. The next thing is like put the captions on the video itself. You know, this if they enable the captions and animate captions, then just put it on the video and people can visualize a little bit there. We'll see if that makes sense. I mean, ideally, you know, if you put the captions on the video, people are, I think it's fine. And then what else? Center this. And yeah, we'll just do that for now, and then we'll do the making the rectangles automatically the right dimensions, so people can make good stuff. Oh, shit. These kind of changes tend to take a while, and that is okay. Let me see what else we can do maybe while we're waiting. Oh yeah, we could do that real quick. That doesn't take too long. The auto mixer. Don't change any of the logic with the auto mixer. Just try to make it work, you know. Remember, this is shared. Honestly, maybe we should just wait because I don't want to break anything. Okay. Oh, what do you guys think? Interesting. I think it makes sense. I mean, people can understand that this is going to go to the short dimensions. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. Nice. Oh, what happened to all our fonts? We used to have a lot more fonts. Disappeared. Nah, let's get to add it. All those back. Please add back a ton of fonts. We used to have a lot of fonts. Let's add a ton. It doesn't, you know, whatever you think people would like. How's it going? Yo, Rex Explorers, we're building a Reels generator, but it's very cheap. And it's free to use in the sense that you can download it. You just need to put in your API keys. Be a fraction of a cent. Given a long stream or video, YouTube video, you can generate shorts from it. I should always say that. I think I forget to say that sometimes. So you generate it from another video. You generate the Reels. Okay, let's go ahead and test this, see what this looks like. Make sure it didn't break anything. I wasn't totally paying attention, so I'm not sure. Is that what we said? Let's make sure. So let's do one word. And we're going to make it big. And we'll see if that's what it does. And we're going to change the font to something stupid. Something easily recognizable. Wait, Black Ops 1? I don't think that's the font, right? Some of these are not working, these fonts. I don't think we can use Black Ops 1 font. I don't think that's... We need to... Okay, these aren't changing, right? Yeah, these aren't changing. Okay, you got a little too crazy with the fonts. Okay, so... please only include fonts that we can actually use. Like, you know, open license and everything else. Also, for some reason, it's no longer changing the fonts, so try to fix that. Okay, so let's run it again. Make sure it did not break, so it should be 1. Suppose we should have also changed the color and other things to make sure. I'm not really sure again. So I'm gonna move it up here, change the color. Okay, so the green text is, this is the highlight. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Okay. I think that's easily recognizable. I'll change even the dimensions. Oh, it did that because oh good. Okay, good. Okay. The next part is that dimension thing, but I think that's pretty good. You have to stretch to fit, you know. They change the dimensions. Okay, and they changed the fonts. Let's go ahead and see if that worked. I'm gonna make it big so I can tell. It's not changing the fonts. Oh, some of them are. I think we have to figure out when Google Fonts actually will load. Probably all of these system fonts work, right? But I mean, you know, once you deploy this, then you just make sure to have the fonts installed. So. What are the conditions to which the Google Fonts will load? Right now, a lot of them don't. So what's the general thing here? Let's just stick with fonts that are certain to load. Almost certain. And then the next thing is, I'm gonna commit that. Let's, I think I'm gonna commit already because it's already looking pretty good. Okay, cool. These are working. Good. Probably should give them more color options, eh? Can you give the user a lot more color options? You could have some like color wheel or something come up. They can decide what they want for the colors. Or enter RGB values as well. But you can, maybe you can fit it all in the same dialog box. Like, you know, it's like a color wheel and you can enter the RGBs, stuff like that. I'll let it do that first. I'm gonna commit. Did I already do it? I think I did. Fine. Just a small change, whatever was in there. I'll change the music. Okay, so it's creating this color wheel. Let's see if it's any good. Okay, it's kind of just like it's not really a color wheel. Okay. You can change the default settings a little bit because the default looks pretty bad. So that way they don't get demotivated. Like this sucks. Okay, so the next thing is the dimensions thing. I'm gonna commit. So we did kind of an overhaul of the looks. I think it's overall. Wait, these dimensions aren't right? I mean, it's not the dimensions of a phone. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding something about how what that means exactly. I guess it's the resolution. There's a difference. I should probably know that. It's okay. Nice. 7030. Okay, cool. So now we're going to do the actual dimensions of these boxes. So I already typed it out, so I don't even need to say it. Be creative for how this should work. Our main goal is to help the user use the right, we have the right dimensions on the boxes, and they can unlock it if they want. But if they do that, then it's now going to be stretched to fit, right? So you need to implement that, right? If they change the dimensions wildly, you're going to have to stretch to fit to the, the actual reality of the dimensions. Actually, give them the option, right? If they don't, is there any scenario where they wouldn't want to stretch to fit? Probably not, right? I mean, I've never seen one. I've never seen a short that doesn't fit the screen. Doesn't really exist, though. Aspect locked. What's the aspect ratio? That was the term I was thinking. Aspect ratio. Yeah. I kind of want to send this, but I still want to wait for this to be done. I want to finish this because I don't want it to make any bad, because this is a big change. Potentially it might mess with our shared component here. I want to wait till this is done. Cool. Ah, this looks great. Okay. But is this the right aspect ratio for a short? Probably isn't, right? I mean, it should be just vertical. Why would they be different? Some tripping here. Yeah, these are different, right? It should like stack on top of each other, right? Oh, they do. They do stack, right? Oh, okay. It's already right. Hell yeah. Okay, let's try it. Perfect, yeah. Perfect. Nice. Okay, I think this might look good. Okay, and then we put this here somewhere. Put it on this thing or something. Okay, we'll yeah, this is I guess what we were thinking, right? Is like it's a little bit deceiving to the user. Okay. My captions are here, but like what does it actually look like on the smaller screen? Who the hell knows? You know what I mean? That's why we had kind of a little visualization. Yeah, I think we're going to add that back. Just a little bit strange. Not too bad, it's just a little strange. Okay, so let's create the short. As far as I can tell, wait, these colors aren't right, right? Pretty sure I had different colors. Or at least a different font. I had a different font or something. Something didn't quite look right with the text. It hasn't been hooked up or something. All right, putting it somewhere else maybe. Over here. Yeah, let's change the colors again. Get like red and white. Scale. I guess I can't change how much it scales. Both. Okay, so it's red and white scales. Let's make sure all those things happen. Oh, yeah, the colors, the scaling. For some reason, all that is broken. Okay. Why do we commit? I will put it up here just to see if the positioning works. Maybe the positioning works. Maybe. If none of it works, then we know it's just like somehow not. It broke the hookup. Do some math. Okay, the position works. Okay, but none of the other things. Let's go ahead. Okay, so the controls, a lot of them for the the customization of the text has been kind of broken somehow. So the position works, right? You got the position right on the processing of it. But make sure everything else works. The color, the font, all their effects that we did, the drop shadow, spacing, everything should reflect. And also, let's revert the change so it actually shows the visualization in that controls part, right? So right now it shows on the actual region selector area. Let's not put it there because our goal is to represent to the user, hey, this is what's actually going to look like on a phone. The problem is when it's a big, it's a different aspect ratio. It's not an accurate representation of what it looks like on a phone. We're going to put that visualization back into the controls right above the controls for the captioning. Acceptable. This is acceptable. View the layout preview. It's like a reaction setup. Exactly. Yes, I think you're saying the same thing. Reaction preview. Layout preview. Yeah, let me know what you think. Is there another place we can put the webcam? Right now it's like either top or bottom. Could it be a corner? Probably not on a phone, right? Yeah, dude, I build. That's what I do. We're going all in on this. Sounds like a fun life, so. Okay, so we put it back over here. I think it makes a lot more sense there, to be honest. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it looks, yeah, much better understanding of what it's going to look like that way. Oh, we should just try to avoid the scroll, so maybe we can figure out another way to dance this. Right, there's no word spacing. Okay, let's see if it fixed the hookup. So oh, it's still gone. Let it finish. I will wait. Maybe we put some videos, like some demos in the README. Just make something real quick. or something. Okay, cool. Let's try it out with the new. And put in a weird font so we can tell everything's working. We're just gonna style it up everything. Flow, change color. Okay, I think that's pretty much everything, right? Put it at the top. Okay, let's try it. I think I did flip it. Can't remember. Maybe I did. Is that the right thing? Maybe. I think it's close. I think it might have the drop shadow. I think. Okay, before we move on to the next page, let's take a screenshot. We know, like every time I forget all the things we just did with the text. So put it at the top. Change the font. Make it big. Just add 5 words. Just spacing. Red. Okay. I will take an image. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Let's maybe add a glow too. Get rid of the drop shadow. Looks horrible, but let's we can test. Oh. Okay, I gotta do it. Very big one though. This. Up. I think it has everything. Well, it's like not quite, I guess, on the right place. Oh, it also doesn't have the background color. Right. So it doesn't have the background color option. I added that, and it's not there. Like, so that wasn't hooked up. But it's getting there. Also, it's kind of like the doesn't really match like where the text shows and the size of the text. It feels like it doesn't really match what I had in that preview. So you might need to do a little bit of, you know, understanding why that would be the case, right? Like, why is it seems like in a slightly different position, a little different size. Those two elements seems to not totally line up with the preview. Because, like, if you see how big this is, right? I mean, this should be like right here and be large text. That's what I would say. Oh, nice. That might work. Let's try it. We're going to do the same scale factor here. I mean, the scaling thing. And change the text. Sizing. Color. We'll change the font. I feel like I can't really tell these apart. I can tell they're different. I'm looking at them. Okay, this one's definitely identifiable. It's close. I feel like the color's a little bit off from what I had said, right? I think it's because it's doing some weird conversion. I'm gonna ask it why it's doing that. Why are you converting RGB to this other thing? What's the dealio here? Because it looks a little bit off compared to what the colors I chose. What? Hey, I recognize dealio. Okay. Do we need to do this conversion? Like, obviously it's not quite on, so let's talk about it. Speaking of that, check on my prior YouTube video. Did I do the chapters? I can just set that up real quick. No, I didn't. That one's easy to do. Let's do it. I guess it's a good test to see that's still working. Should though. Yeah, seems pretty good. Okay, I'll give you 2 images. You can take a look for yourself. Can you explain why would the scaling factor affect the color though? Those are 2 separate things, right? So you changing the scaling factor, like, why would that matter? Because I was just talking about the color, right? Are we going crazy? I mean, it says that the colors are the same. Are they the same? We can validate that. I mean, it look the same to me. Like a off yellow. Is it red? This is like one of those illusions. I don't think so, right? I don't really care that much, I guess. If that's something we can't fix. But it's the eye for the details. Probably be able to change the glow color, because like it's always just going to be glowing the same color as the text, which is super great. What is the identifiable one? Was it this one? They all look kind of the same to me. Oh, I almost did that again. Okay, so I'm going to create the reel short. Let's see if it matches this. Oh, okay. So it definitely, something along the line there broke the positioning. has the same font. It has the same font, right? Somehow the positioning was really messed up by your last change. What do you think? Like, I'll show you where it's positioned at 2 images. Try to understand what happened. But it's all good, you know, like, if the colors are a little bit off, it's fine. Before we had the positioning working, so. All right, I'm pretty sure even on, when I was using Opus Clip, pretty sure the colors were a little bit off too. It was kind of annoying me, so it's fine. We'll live with it when you're editing it. Losing my thing. Somehow again, the colors, it's close, right? I'd say the colors are close, so it's okay, but the positioning got messed up. Yeah, oh, right. You're totally right. The letter spacing's off too. Thank you. Thank you. Also, as you can see in the image, the letter spacing is off as well. But that's probably related to its last change as well, because it changed some scaling thing. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the issue. And it's fine. We can just, undo it, and because this last change is just the scaling. Changed it from 9 to 4 or something. We'll live with it. Okay, let's see what it came up with here. Well, we'll be the judge of that if they do actually fix this. Not, I'll probably undo it and just accept that the colors will be a little bit. Unless someone else wants to go in the repo, figure it out. Up to you. Also, I'll try the background box again because I didn't try that last time. Okay, background box, still no. Spacing, still weird. Okay, well, I'm going to do the last change. Right? And we'll see. What did it change in captions, though? Just a curiosity. We'll discard these two changes. I'm pretty sure before it changed the scaling factor, it was better. Pretty sure. I'm going to double check. Whatever they did with that. Kind of realized the scaling factor, I'm pretty sure changed the sizing on here. As I'm noticing this sizing's different. So I think whatever, maybe it changed it in the wrong place. Could be. Maybe they had the right idea but changed it in the wrong area. Maybe. So at the top, let's see. Very weird. So the highlight color, right? I'm gonna clear the last stuff. Is the positioning right though? Positioning is right? I mean, more or less. So that's good. Before I change anything else though, I want to make sure the background color works. That works. At least we have pretty much everything. It sounds like the highlight color now is not working. That would be the last thing, and maybe a little bit of it being off in the a little bit off the color still, right? You know, there's a thing that people say that the last 10% or whatever, or last 1%, might be the last 10%, takes like 8% of the work when you're making stuff. I think that's true. Sometimes it's just like trying to get it exactly, it's just as long as you expect it. Like, it's very easy to build a prototype quickly, even when you're doing it. Sometimes those last bugs come up. So trying the background color, I'm gonna take a screenshot. So hopefully this one works. I think it still won't get the white, right? That's my white will be not there, still be red, but hopefully it gets the background in the right position as well. Okay, no background, but now it has the right color. So go figure that one. Let me look if there's any errors or anything. Probably, you know what I should have been doing? I should save exactly the settings that I'm using. It's probably something overwrote the white text choice somehow. So some sort of bug happened when I was doing the interface that did that. But regardless, we do know the background color is not working. So I'm gonna try to fix that. Just that particular thing. I think I'll only change like a few things at a time, so I understand exactly how to reproduce the problem. So the background color, when we're going from the region selector, select the background for the captioning, that part is not being created when we process the clip. So try to figure out why. Let's make sure that if I do 2 words, mostly do 2 words, and I'll change the color again. You know what I bet it was? I bet if you maybe choose a color using this, that was the scenario where it wouldn't. Because I remember I think I clicked this. General strategy here is you find how to reproduce the thing, and then it helps the AI understand what, and yourself, right? If you have to debug it, right? What the problem is. That looks good. Roughly. That at least looks accurate to what I have chosen. I wouldn't say it looks good, but you could make it look better. I want to choose the right font and everything. I may try a different position this time, maybe at the bottom, or maybe in the middle, maybe right here. Just try something weird. Let's see, are these working? Color. Okay, gotcha. Glow only works if you remove the shadow. Notice that. Oh, you know what? From now on, I take a picture of the actual settings. That'll help us debug what happens for each one. That is a much better approach. Oh, looks like the server stopped because or didn't stop. Maybe it stopped. Let me double check. Because okay, no, I didn't. It's because it's still editing code, so I gotta wait for it to finish before I run it. Anyone still here? What are you guys up to? Oh, it's making reels. Very cheap. Make reels from a YouTube video. And it's open source. I put it try it out. Here's the costs to do this. Take a huge video off YouTube. It's your own video. You can also use other videos. You just have to get the transcript of their video, timestamps. But I think there's some things you can do potentially to get that. And right now we're debugging some kind of like small-ish problems. It's kind of typical, you know, with any project you make. Eventually, you'll run into some kind of annoying little problems. Usually in the the final, when you're finally cleaning things up. That's what I noticed. So it did make some changes. I'm curious to see if it works. I can maybe look at what I tried to do, but first I just want to see if it works. Oh, it actually is generating. Wait. Not the glow though, right? It's missing the glow. The reason why it's hard to read is because I literally made it black text on black. Missing glow on this particular setup. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to keep track of the settings that we're choosing and the situation. So that way we can repro the particular problems that we might run into. Reproduce. So in this scenario, glow scenario has no glow, but the positioning is right? If I'm looking correctly. Right, if we look at it again, positioning is correct. Okay. I'm just going to make a series of these. Okay, now we'll try the background box because I think that's the specific code change it made. The specific code change it made is related to that. Background color. All right, let's try it. We're going to take an image of all the settings. Now we're going to pull it in. Aha, yes. We got it. Okay, we fixed the background thing. The color looks pretty good. We got the positioning. The only thing now is that highlight, that specific problem that we just had. Oh my God. I think we maybe got it after that. Seems like it's pretty much mostly accurate. Guys, look at this. Look at this name of this variable. Slightly funny. Captions. Fix background box. And then the highlight. So I'm going to give it the settings that we had saved here. So it knows what settings we had. So I can go through the logic of code for that particular scenario. So in this scenario, when we set these settings, we did not have a highlight. We did not have highlight text. I've noticed in order for us to have the highlight, we have to remove the drop shadow. That's one particular problem. But the second problem is even if we remove the drop shadow, we select highlight, it doesn't show in the final result. These are the settings we had. guess we can add a little bit more. We should add like a video. What's going on here? Add it to the front. Demo video or something. How many lines is this? I don't want to commit, so. What are these problems? I'm wondering. So change use the. Oh, it's some sort of like stupid format thing. Let's go look. We're gonna do the same exact settings as we did before. Arial black, 96. Three. Glow. Can you type? Yeah, nice. Okay. Okay, no, still no highlight. I'm out of the highlights, bro. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much because the highlight doesn't even look good. Really? So I did the exact same thing. Oh, it says I need to restart. Why do I need to restart the back? For this particular change, why do I need to restart the backend just out of curiosity? Since it's hot reloaded. Oh, okay. Probably doesn't know that it's hot reloaded. But I'll ask anyway. So still no. What I'm trying to understand is, do you think it's maybe some conflict between the different... I'll show you the settings that I chose to do this. My guess is there's some conflict between the types of background. Background like effects. Because we have both an outline and the highlight. My idea is maybe there's some conflict between the two. Maybe only the highlight is showing, you know, on our preview. Because I don't see an outline really. So do you think maybe that's what it is? There's some conflict? But overall, not bad. We don't get. Oh, okay. Created some logs. Let's go ahead and check it out, I suppose. I'm gonna go ahead and just like paste this log into. I was actually creating files. You go look, I suppose. I don't think so. It's fine. I think I'm gonna work on the other thing. Okay, so the glow doesn't work. Let's just remove the glow. And the glow looks stupid anyway. Who cares? I'm just gonna get rid of that. Let's go ahead and just remove the glow for now. Maybe keep the logic, just don't have it visible to the user at the moment. We're gonna come back and fix it later, probably. So I want to do this one. I'm just figuring out if I want to commit this at all. It sounds like it found some sort of formatting bug, so I guess I will. We'll do a little more testing tomorrow, maybe. Double check like just settings from the region selector to the final short page. But I wanted to run this as well, so we're going to run this. This will add the audio mixer over to the best of. Yeah. So identify the audio mixer logic in the shorts processing. Shorts page. I do know coding. I worked as a software engineer for about 4 years, so. But I enjoy this is much faster, realistically. Most big companies, they are very much embracing it. It's not the best for certain things. Especially for web dev, very good. Front-end design, much better than me at design. Front-end for that. This one will take a little bit. Probably just gonna chill now. That one's just done, and I'll test it out. So what we're doing right now is we're adding our audio mixer at the end of our of our shorts. We have this page. I didn't resize this, so it'll look a little weird. But we have this part of it where we can add audio to the clip, remove vocals and background music. So we're gonna add that over to our best of compiler. So that will also have our ability to, segment out the audio and change the volume, etc. The best of basically takes in your video, takes in the YouTube URL, creates all the segments, stitches it together, and maybe we can add a little music on top or something, or we end the stream, something like this. Let me go ahead and set everything up so when it finishes, we'll see if it works. Might not. But we already made it, so it's the same logic, basically. Just a larger video. So probably should work. We'll see. It's a shared component though, right? So whenever you make a new endpoint, eventually we'll definitely make sure it didn't break anything as far as that goes, likely. We probably won't commit it, even if it does work somewhat. You want to make sure it doesn't break the shared components. We go to the settings, we set our settings, where I choose 15 seconds. Maybe we'll try something different because I haven't really tried the custom instructions so much. So I'm going to show some progress in the video for the thing we were building. Maybe one somewhat funny moment. Yeah, that's basically it, I think. This is it, adding the UI for the audio mixer. It'd be basically the same. Okay, this is where it checks the compilation. We'll just let it do it real quick. We don't have to re-enter anything, but it probably works because it's still running. So, all right, I'll just interrupt it. Okay, so let's go. Create compilation, 15 seconds. Oh, I should have added the animate captions. I will. If this works and everything, I'll go ahead and check that just to make sure. Once we have that, I think that's pretty good. Okay, so here's our audio controls. Go ahead and check. It appears to have duplicated some logic that we do not want, so we're going to tell it that we already have this library. So we already have the mux. We currently get that in the UI that we need to install it, but we already have it installed. So you need to go ahead and understand why that's showing and then remove it. And why that's showing. Have it installed. While it does that, I'm going to go ahead and test the captioning. put that up here. I imagine, some of the problems that we ran into earlier, we're going to have to duplicate some of the fixes over here, right? Because we fixed a lot of the inconsistencies with the preview versus the final product. And we have to add a spacing thing. So we have to go through and, just ask it to do that because we already did it on the other ones. Final product. Which part he is showing something. Okay, this. Okay. Do we need this endpoint? Seems unnecessary. Oh yeah, the video making app. Yeah, so that one, I should probably put in the description, that one in particular is a work in progress. We haven't even gotten through the whole, we spend so much time like working on the actual visualizations and things like that. The actual download and all this stuff, I think you're right. Like you bring up a good point in the sense that I should probably make it clear that that is not a complete product work. And honestly, that's not really something that I would call a sellable thing so much, more just for fun. So yeah, I'll probably modify that. The reason why this failed is because we modified the code while it was running. Do that, it doesn't. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it finish first because continue. I don't think we need this weird check. We already have the library. So people will install the requirements, so we don't need to have an endpoint for that. Cool, thanks, man. Yeah, sorry about the. I hope you. I mean, the make music.video thing, like. I think it's cool, but like, I'm not really sure. The reason why I don't work on it more is I'm not really sure like how we would even charge or anything for it. This is it right here. Like you can potentially make it sync to music, but even the syncing to music's a little dicey because it depends what type of genre you put in. So it can sync to some kinds pretty well, and sometimes not so well. So a little bit tricky. We can spend time on it, but it's just like I don't really think. Plus the UI of it's a little wacky. A lot of things to do with that website. Okay, let's try it out. We removed some things. We're going to see if the audio mixer works, and we're going to see if the captioning works. We didn't add custom instructions this time. That's right later. Okay, so we have this. We're gonna go ahead and okay. So did add the captioning. That's good. I think did I change the color? I might not have changed the color. It's fine. We'll test it. We have to make those changes. We fixed some things on the other caption control in the shorts. So we need to bring in a few of those. Let's try this one. So if I separate the audio, and then we'll try adding a custom audio. We'll see how much of this works. Probably not going to fix it all tonight if it's not working. But at least we have the UI here. Since it's a longer video, it's probably going to... Oh, it's only a minute. So. Yeah, I have seen a few apps like this. Oh, another thing is like, when I think about it, it's like, okay, is something like this going to make a lot of money, or is it going to be like a... I'm comparing it to like AI video, right? Like let's say you generate some cool long AI video visualization. You are competing with them a little bit. And, you know, but with that said, you know, I think there is some value in just finishing the project, right? Like you spend another week or so, you finish it. Like, okay, might not make money, but maybe it's worth to just finish what you started a little bit. Okay, let's should remove the vocals on this. Let's see if it does. Oh, it did. That's good. Let's add it back. That's the ultimate test. Cool. So it added back the vocals. That's good. Let's add some new background music. I'll do that screen as I find the file. Here's our new background audio we'll add. I gotta turn down. Nice, it worked. It cut me off with mid-sentence, so we're gonna fix that, right? I think another thing, you know, we implemented that cool like temporal captioning where it would like stop if I paused. We implemented that endpoint, but we didn't attach it to this area. So we'll go ahead and do that. I'll note that because I'll definitely forget that. Tomorrow. So hook up this part. We did this oral proximity for fixed word counts. Logic added to the best of captioner. Fix the captioning style. Music here. And I'll test just one more thing. If I click this and I replay it, the old music should be gone that I just added. Nice. That worked. Okay, cool. Looks like thing is working for the most part. Alrighty. Well, I think that's it. I we'll do these 2 tomorrow, just kinda fix it up a little bit, and obviously the UI part of this too, but I think, that's it for today. We did some cool things on this tool. Again, this tool is open source, so if you wanna use it, you can create shorts with it. You can, create some compilations, so you get stuff like this, and, I put the link in the description there. So to summarize, we really improved the shorts clipper. You can go through and add a bunch of captions. Um, we made it pretty cheap. You can just put in your API keys, and it can do really long videos, 8 hours, whatever, you know. And we now have a best of compiler. We got this channel improver. Yeah, we haven't deployed it publicly or anything yet. We might do that, but for now, you can get it on the repo if you like. See if there's any I missed it. All right, cool guys. I'm gonna head out. Uh, See you later. I guess I'll just make sure